Shade and Baldrin visiting Zarthex to see if we can do anything at all about this law that was going to make it criminal to not have a child in the next 2 years. And Zarthex was hasn't taken any visitors for a couple of months, from what I can gather, and was kind of deep in thought. He said that the law wasn't necessarily his personal doing, but the region lords proposed it and voted for it. He also said that it's all somehow calculated and needed. And he didn't really want to change much, but we did have him make it not a criminal offense and just be child or work for the government in a mandatory way.
All the same punishments, just different flavor text.
Not quite, because being a criminal is an extra punishment.
That is fair. No criminal record on.
Yeah.
Just everything else associated with.
Well, it's something.
No, I don't think they're going to prison now, are they?
No, they're just going to work in the camps. So it's much better.
Yeah, see, here's the thing. Like, in my experience, at any given moment, the prisons in Anaxalia could break down into a cannibalistic half-society of terror, so like...
No, but I don't know. Well, they could, but also why? Everyone gets fed anyway.
Because Zaphex.
Anyway, upon not achieving as much as everyone would like, we went to look for the silver great worm in the Kingdom of the Sun, because apparently he's super powerful and doesn't like Zarthex. I don't know. We actually got very lucky and managed to find him within a few weeks. His name is the Doctor, or just Doctor, and he is very, very nice. He fixed Shade's body. He outed V11 and trapped them in their own head. But he wasn't exactly gung-ho about going and killing Zarthex. Although he seems to be... maybe you can persuade him to assist in some ways. And we're still talking to the Doctor now.
He's a Master Who, a Doctor Who reference. That's important to mention.
Very important.
Just the White Dragon's called the Master. He's the Doctor.
Yes, you're very clever.
So are you, clearly.
Right. Picking up where we left off. This is where you all start talking.
I'm assuming Volpez is still unconscious on the floor there. Perfect.
Fellas, how do I talk while sleeping?
No, you're fine. You can just be over there. So we are gonna need, if we're gonna end up going through with a plan like this, we're going to need some kind of cold resistance, cold immunity kind of protection.
Plan like what? I still don't know what the plan is.
The plan of removing Zaphex by force, be that with his death or some other method.
And what is the plan for not having the nation collapse once we do it?
We haven't gotten that far yet.
Right, so why don't we talk about that first?
Okay. I'm not saying it has to be right this second that we have to do anything. we're also
The
gonna
law
need
is in effect
ourselves.
right this second. You're doing this as a reaction to this law.
We're doing this as a
Waiting.
reaction to Zathix.
What Zathix? What did he even do to you? Like, Zathix had nothing to do with this law, and we're here because you don't like the law. All Zathix did is didn't cancel it.
Oh, we don't Sathix. Sorry, I forgot I was muted.
You're right. He didn't do anything wrong. He's never done anything wrong.
I never said
But
he
we're just
hasn't done
gonna
anything
absolve
wrong.
him of everything because the law doesn't affect 3/4 of you, so everything's fine.
So, because there is this law, you want to kill somebody who didn't create it or pass it,
Right, you're right.
and you think it will
He
fix it
be
somehow.
the ultimate person in charge who doesn't give a fuck about any of it, who could fix it with one say so, and is choosing not to. He has nothing to do with it.
So what you're saying is you're happy with him exercising totalitarian control over the nation, just
That's
as
what
long
you're
as he
saying.
removes the law. No, that's not what I'm saying. You're
No,
saying that he should just
I'm
fix it
saying
because he can. I'm saying that
he's
since there's
choosing
a
not to, so absolving him of not doing anything is bullshit.
okay, what about everybody else who's not doing anything? Should we go kill all
Oh,
of them as well?
absolutely.
Okay, well, why don't we start there?
Because I said something about going after the regional lords, and it was poo-pooed.
No, go ahead. Let's go after the regional lords. Why don't we talk to the 5 who are women and ask them why they passed the
You
law?
know, yeah, I would. I'm
But
just most
while we
likely gonna get
travel
fucking
around
angry.
talking to all of them, you know what's going to happen? Time will pass and people will be affected. If you're looking for a solution, it has to be now. And I don't see a solution that can be done now. So I don't see a point in worrying about this. It's
Okay, so then let's just do
nothing we can
nothing.
stop right now. I didn't say nothing. But removing it or canceling this law doesn't seem like something we can actually get done within enough time for it to be useful.
That's cool. I'm sure you guys will have fun figuring something out while I'm off in not prison.
Interesting. So it sounds like the limiting factor is a way to sustain the nation itself after everything occurs. In
Well,
that case,
I'd say the limiting factor is getting it done fast enough to even stop this from happening. It's not done within the next 14 months. That's it. Everyone who was going to have a child is already pregnant.
What was your idea, Doctor?
Well, you need something to happen immediately. And you need the nation to not fall apart when you act immediately.
Yes.
Yeah, essentially.
So you'd need to make some sort of public show of it. A spectacle. A big ball of light. You need the people to think, oh hey, these people are not only more powerful than Zarthix, but they're saving us from him. Which means they're in charge now.
Yeah, get us targeted by the other white
Yeah.
dragons. Perfect.
That's not the worst idea, though.
It does
If you-
sound suicidal.
Yeah, everything about this plan is suicidal. Welcome to adventuring with the likes of all of us. How many suicidal acts have we already committed? But yeah, realistically, it needs to be a public display of power. Essentially showing that we are the ones making the rules.
I mean,
So
I don't necessarily love going, oh, Zathix is terrible, but I can kick his ass, so I'm the answer. But, you know.
agreed, but that would be one of the only ways that we could be able to execute some kind of plan to get enough power or someone else in power who would have the ability to rewrite the law before it affects that many people. The problem we're going to have with any kind of plan like that is we have to be more powerful than Zathix. We have to hit hard and fast and make it a show. And we have to deal with every ramification of doing this.
And we have absolutely no time to plan for it and set up.
Correct.
Which, unlike some of the other suicidal things we've done, where we did have time to plan, is
Now this is starting to sound like a plan I can get behind. He rubs his hands together.
Is it?
No plan, no time, and no course of action. This is where I work best. He gives you a
Shade
little bit of
raises
shake.
both. Shade raises his eyebrows. Dragon.
It would just be helpful if we had, you know, not a terrible fucking Vulpix to help us. Vulpix.
Yeah,
Not
the unconscious body on the floor is less helpful than a conscious
I like to
one.
twitch minutely.
Yeah, they told me about Pokemon.
James, am I done by now? Volpez gasps and shoots up.
Vulpix does? Not Vulpix? Come on.
Well, hello. Which one are you then?
Great and powerful Vulpes.
Mother. And then they begin to curse in Primordial for like 2-3 minutes.
That brings back some memories.
Daughter of a beep! I'm gonna beep your beep! Fuck!
Are they saying beep, or are they using magic to beep themselves?
Both. They beep themselves with magic over them saying beep.
That's beautiful. I approve.
Oh my god! Ah, fucking Dino
Just
Nuggies in face.
As she starts into this rant with the censoring, I just wanted like minor illusion subtitles for it, including the beeps.
In what language?
Let's put the subtitles in human, because why not?
Alright. A couple of the other people in the tavern look over.
Ah, God! That sucked.
So which one are you?
Oh god. Oh boy. Wait, are we still in the tavern?
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Fulpus looks around. Fulpus looks up. How long has it been?
14
Which
years.
version are you?
We met here on your anniversary to see if you'd wake up. You see him just crack a smile.
I'm gonna roll insight. I'm assuming that's a failure.
That's a failure.
God, what is it with me and losing decades? Jesus. Ah. Well, oh boy. Hello, Ivy.
Hello?
You look exactly the same?
Well, I am Faye. I
Yeah,
don't
you'd be surprised.
I want to trust you.
Right, yes, I'm sorry. Identity crisis, one moment. Shade! Is Shade there?
Hello. Yes,
You look like an elephant again.
indeed.
How nostalgic.
Hmm.
I remember when you were this tall, and they make a hand exactly to how tall you are.
Very well. Do you also happen to remember which pulpus you are right now?
Complicated. It's all jumbled, messy in my head. There's a lot of memories. Ooh, I don't think it was supposed to happen. You! Scaly man, was that supposed to happen? They point to the doctor.
I mean, I gave you every tool I could. Whether you put Humpty Dumpty back together... You guys, you're Celestials, right? You know what that is.
Yes, I do
Good.
know what that... Wait, hold on! How did you know what that is?
I spent time in the Celestial City
Oh, I'm so very sorry for
and
you.
love their play.
Yeah, the plays were nice. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. I feel like I should hate you, but I'm not sure why at this point.
Beats me. I don't see why you would want to hate me. There's not much
I don't
about me
think
that's
I'm
very hateable.
I, for one, like this guy.
He does have a very pretty hat.
It's a fez.
Very pretty, very fancy hat.
Thank you, I think it's quite cool myself.
Yes, oh, right! You stuck your wand in my ear. Well, Eleven's ear, which is this bodies.
Well, I
Yeah,
had to see
I'm
what was
sorry.
going on in there.
Listen, I do not know what you're into, and I do not want to know, so please keep it away from me.
So you're not 11 then.
Are you the part of you that you were when you were 10? And, drunk on megalomania?
Well,
Hellbent on possibly destroying a good lot of things?
I'd like to think I've matured past that point.
Exactly. No, that's not a good metaphor, is it? Apologies, it's just, well, you see, I might be very, talented, intelligent, smart, beautiful, clever, but it would seem
Great,
that some,
powerful.
that too, thank you. But metaphors aren't my forte. Hmm,
Well, hold on.
No, not,
How
hold on. Trying to think for a metaphor.
how do you feel about Yu-Gi-Oh?
That is not as defining a question as you think it is.
That's probably every single Vulpes there.
No, I don't think 11 liked it very much. Right, James?
Um,
11's the one that brought it up.
Yeah, they was trying to pretend to be Prime. And Prime had this phase where they got stuck in a barrier for 11 years and they decided to forcibly
Yeah, it's not
induct
very
people into
11.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Yes.
But we wouldn't know.
Yeah, but you would know Prime, like Yu-Gi-Oh, right? So they figured,
Yeah.
hey, I'm gonna start doing what they would do. And what
Well,
did they
yeah.
do in the barrier? They force it down people's throats.
So, anyway.
But I, myself, think it's an ingenious little game, though a bit poorly balanced. But I can do it myself. What can't I do? Well, aside from, apparently, not lose decades at a time. God, am I narcoleptic?
Definitely not sounding 11 like.
Sounding a little 11 like.
I'm not 11 years old. Oh, you mean, yes, of course, I'm sorry. Let's see, there's a lot of memories, lots of little things, lots of little things, and not so little things, and an undying hatred for orcs.
Well,
Hey,
she's happy
Doctor,
about that.
can you cut out the parts that were like the great and powerful Vulpes bit?
Hey, hold
That would
on.
really help.
Hold
maybe
on,
I
what
could have before, but
Oh, fuck.
I'd rather not actually, Shade. I don't think this is
How
the right place or time.
many voices are screaming in there now?
less.
Less. Ha! You owe me a heat tap.
What is a heat tap?
What would you like to know?
It's probably some sort of drink.
That's why I like you, Ivy. You're clever.
Can you pull it out of the hat?
You know, given enough time, most like. Sorry, I'm getting distracted.
And then I ask for more cake and then give it to Vulpes.
Ooh, cake.
He pulls out a cupcake.
Vulpus eats it, very delighted. My first meal! Apologies, I am a
Happy
bit confused,
birthday.
but. Thank you! Oh, I just met you and you've already given me a present. Granted, the present was food. But, honestly, I'll take it. What's the quality of the cupcake?
+7.
Holy shit. Yeah. Apologies, it's a little jumbled in here. Shade. Shade.
That's me?
Shade. Do you know if Leah's still alive? Well, I presume not, but.
It hasn't been 14 years, by the way.
Oh. Right, if we meet Leah, we're killing her.
First, you're going to explain exactly who's inside that head of yours right now.
Well, I remember being Prime, but I also remember being 11. And Alyssa. And Aziria. And V2.
You know, if you could actually get along with yourself, you'd be able to remember being all of them.
Oh. They pause, thinking about that for a second. I don't know if there's enough therapy in the world for that.
As long as Prime's in there, I'm feel better about this.
Oh, thank you! I like you too, you know.
Who of them is in control then?
No, just kinda like everyone in a blender. All that time, those experiences, memories. Sorry, I'm still figuring myself out.
It's like we took the ingredients from them and made a cake.
Yes, thank
Vulpus
you.
cake?
If only they used all of the ingredients, you would have a really nice cake.
Well,
Unfortunately, they just put a bunch of sugar, cocoa, and dragon.
Excuse me, hold on.
Dragon?
I'll have you know, I am a very delectable cake. Possibly the most delectable of them all.
Yep, there's 11. There he is.
I'm not happy about this one.
Hey, hold on,
Well, you wear your solution on your belt.
They pause, they look down,
You
shade.
do have a point.
Look to the doctor. Are you suggesting murder or copulation? Because I'm offended by both, but in different measures.
Well,
Speaking of, did we fix the
I don't
law?
know if copulation would fix the problem.
I don't know. I've been told randomly by random ass strangers that have children enough that I'm just kind of permanently on hold for that. Yeah, did we fix that law, by the way?
no.
No, it has
Fuck.
not been 14 years. It's been 14 minutes.
I don't know. You seem less trustworthy than the man in the nice hat.
Right.
Hold on. How many feathers has Baldy managed to grow back? Like,
Fully?
can I lift his shirt up and is it like completely how it used to look, or does he still look a little
How long
bald?
ago did you lose the feathers?
I feel like time-wise, it hasn't been that crazy amount of time since we saw the tailor.
No, it hasn't. He would probably still be missing quite a bit. They'd be beginning to grow back, but they'd be in the early...
I would just lift Baldy's shirt up and just be like, look, see, it
Oh.
really hasn't been that long.
No, yeah, that does make sense. Thank you for that cloak, by the way. I'm sorry it lasted like 10 seconds.
What can you do?
Make it last like more than 10 seconds.
Regrow feathers.
I do like your feathers, though. Very pretty. You look very, very... How do I compliment a bird?
Wow.
Fantastic.
you just said some of the craziest shit.
That's a slur in 4 languages.
Oh man, I have to catch up with my bird. Apologies, but yes, you look, wonderful. Yes, you two, you three. Shade! You're an elephant again! I've already said that, haven't I?
You did.
Mm-hmm.
So it just... I remember when you were, like, young and less gung-ho about stuff.
Me?
Yes!
Yeah,
Oh, good
whose memory
times.
is that?
Oh, V2s. They like to do this. And they make a popping noise, and then they just make an explosion gesture, but like don't actually teleport away, and just vanish for like weeks at a time. Oh,
Yes,
good
they do.
times. You know, they really liked you, Shade.
Wasn't
very.
V2 also kind of evil?
Well, you see, there was some stuff that popped up.
People to be genocided, probably.
More like a really strong undead lich hijacking their fucking city. God, I hate that guy.
Oh, what's that guy's name?
Vecna.
Oh,
Musky bitch.
did you know we helped him? That was really unfortunate.
Not that bad.
Have you considered spontaneous explosion?
Many
I like the way
times.
this one thinks.
I hate him. Oh god, I hate that guy.
So hold on to the spontaneous explosion idea, but let's redirect it away from vecna.
Why? It's not like we have a limited resource of spontaneous explosions.
Yes, we have
Fuck that guy.
absolutely zero.
Exactly. You! And they point to the doctor. What do you think about that asshole?
My name isn't Hugh, it's Doctor.
Is it doctor? I thought it was the doctor.
I like to be called.
So your first name is the. Okay, the. What do you think about that asshole?
It's more of a title.
So you went to med school.
Yes.
Cool. Doctor! Oh, nice. What do you think about that asshole? Quickly, answer.
Which do you point to?
Vecna.
I haven't heard of him.
Mm,
Should I?
Yes. God. The god quality has really gone down
one?
recently.
I'm not a
This
god.
one, and they make a minor illusion of Vecna.
Huh.
You see these guys? Never met your idols. Sorry. Tone down the 11 and tone up this area. Right.
From experience? Oof.
Uh.
The doctor just gives Shade a look.
Shade
So-
is just. I don't know. She's just waiting at this point.
what were we talking about before?
We're coming to a lot of dead ends about what to do about Zathix.
Oh. Yeah, that is a problem. What are our options?
So far, the idea that people are most agreeable about is making a spectacle of taking him out so that people
Like right
accept
now?
us. I don't know the timeline.
Because we're gonna die.
Yes, we are. But if we don't do it right now, the law is gonna be long gone.
Yeah, you realize it doesn't make him less of a horrible tyrant, right?
But either we have to rush and do something now, or we don't have to rush and do something now. If we don't have to rush and do something now, we don't have to rush. We can take our time, figure out what you want to do to him.
I'm okay with that as long as you're
etc.
agreeing with us that something has to be done.
Sure,
Because I don't
something
know,
has to be done with someone.
I don't know, you feel like very ambivalent, very uncaring.
Something has to be done, yes. There are things that I'm doing about it. As, like, without even speaking. That's like improving the nation, improving the leaders of the nation. That's what my clerics are focused on.
Oh yeah,
Gaining-
but you are,
gaining-
supporting a corrupt power. Not saying we should take him out right now. I think we would die and accomplish nothing and thus help no one. But, like, again,
They're
he is a
supporting
horrible genocidal tyrant.
they're currently not supporting him in particular, supporting the people of the nation.
Whose nation, by the way?
What do you mean, whose nation? Nation doesn't belong to anyone.
Well, this one kind of does. Didn't he make it just so he could exploit a bunch of people? Just, you know.
And where did you learn that? Because people
when
keep
was he,
saying that, but no one has any sort of proof to show.
when
James,
was he
V2
democratically
knows about the
elected?
gold stuff, right?
V2, sorry, what?
Knows about the gold stuff, right?
Yes.
So, do you know what he does with the gold?
No?
He has a ritual where he spends gold to make himself stronger, and that's where the gold donation goes.
Okay. Do we know?
Just you
And
know.
how do you
just-
know that? By the
Ah,
way,
we
James,
had-
are you gonna mention when someone's lying?
Yep, I'll let you know when someone lies.
All right.
Just you know, like back when that bitch was around, I had to deal with vecna and with Zapix a few times. Rude guy. Could be worse though, but you know, that was a bit of a downer.
Okay. So do we have proof that he's been appropriating tax money in order to make himself more powerful?
How? Do you not remember the fact that I arrived to you naked in a box?
Do you know where to get that proof? Since
James,
you
do
know
I?
about it.
Nope.
No clue.
Well,
I'm sure we can find someone.
I'd say that if we want to change the leadership, getting that proof and getting support of the regional lords would be the best way to go about it, without
All right.
causing mass death, war, revolutions, etc.
How
Ah.
does uh Anixale's government work? Is it like elections? Is it just Zathix says, "Yeah, I like you," and so you're in a position of power? Like, what actually does that entail?
So there is 3 different systems for it. There is the local, which is your towns. Those are elections. Those are hosted basically whenever a town says it's time for it to be hosted. Usually at least once every 5 years. The mayor does not make the decision, any town person can. And as long as enough people want it to be a vote, they can basically push anyone through using that. So let's say one of you was going to be mayor, or wanted to be mayor, you just say, I want to be mayor, and then if you get a majority of people to agree that you should be mayor, then you're now mayor. It's a lot more complicated with a Heart of Anixalia. They're basically the local regions. They're elected. In order for them to be put forward, you've pretty much got to be put forward by the leader of a town. Then there's the basically leaders of state. They are put forward by the Heart of Anixalia.
And Zathix is one of the leaders of state.
Technically, Zathix is above that.
And then the leaders of state can put in place the emperor, or what?
Technically, the Emperor is a national vote, but one has never been hosted.
Well,
So then, how did he become emperor?
He was simply Emperor to begin with.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that sounds constitutional.
That's just the way we've always done it.
The law actually states him in it, so he is emperor until someone else is elected. And then if whoever's elected dies, it defaults back to him.
Wow.
Yeah, but it's fine. It's not like he's doing it for personal gain or anything.
Yeah.
It just looks at Valdron. You know, if you have a problem with the way I do things, you're free to go.
Ooh, are we gonna have a...
If you want to make it
Discussion
personal, I have absolutely no interest in that.
Hold on, did I miss something? Vulpus blinks a few times, looks around. I feel like I missed something.
Probably.
Shade and I have differing views on what we see as moral and amoral.
And unfortunately, one of us doesn't respect views of others.
Should probably tell you.
Right. Well, while you guys do that, I'm gonna stand over there, behind that counter, which I'm sure can take however many meters the swarms are gonna cast in a few seconds.
No, just hang out with me. It's fine.
You know what? Excellent idea, James. I
Yep.
hide behind Ivy.
I'll just like hover. Cover like maybe a third of
A third would be pushing.
Yeah.
We're safe here, Ivy.
I got you.
No, but yeah, you guys don't think you should maybe leave the... Oh, I should not call it that. Don't call it that. Don't call it that. Yeah, not calling it that. Healthy debate for
the foreplay.
I was trying not to say that. Listen, we're all friends here, right? So we shouldn't, fight.
Well,
Differing cultures. Got to love it. You know, this is how most wars start.
You're not helping, Scaly Man.
I'm putting it in perspective.
No, you're not. You know what?
well,
Listen, if you stop to think about it, we have a lot more in common than we have apart.
I mean, just look at Vulpix. You know what? I too have about 24 voices in my head. You're right.
They give you a look. For example, we all seem to care about... What the fuck do we all care about?
Doing
Orcs.
the right thing.
That is too generic. It does not help. Killing
It
orcs.
doesn't have to be complicated. Doing the right thing is enough to bind anyone. The more complicated you make it, the harder it is for everyone to get behind it. You start defining terms. The more terms you define, the more it conflicts with what everyone sees. If you keep it simple to doing the right thing, everyone can get on board with that. Have you ever met anyone who just doesn't want to do the right thing by their standards?
Well, that's the
Kinda,
problem, isn't
yeah.
it? Everyone has their own different standards.
I kinda have, yeah.
And you've just got to
Absolutely.
find.
Have you been to the Feywild?
Yeah, I had this like really close friend who turned out to be like super evil, and then a teacher who turned out to be super evil, and then another teacher who turned out to be super evil.
Vulpes.
Don't think they cared much about that.
Am I super evil? Fuck.
Maybe the real super evil with the friends we made along the way. Point is, we're all in this together. Meta, Volpes does still have a 14 in charisma.
Wow. I
Okay.
feel inspired.
Fun fact, that's lower than Baldrin.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah. Also lower than Ivy. Yep.
What about you, Shade? Is it lower than your charisma?
No, I have 13, just enough to take Paladin and Sorcerer.
The persuasive abilities.
Ivy just pats Vulpes on the shoulder. You did so good.
Thank you, I'm trying my best. This was easier when I had the whole mummy thing going.
I'm so glad Shade didn't kill you while you were unconscious.
I'm sorry, was that a Shade?
I decided that I'll wait and see if V11 is gone, but clearly V11 is not gone, so I'm still contemplating it.
I raised you, kinda.
You fucking sent zombies on me when I was 3 days old.
Did I do that?
Oh, Vulpes.
I don't think it did. Did I do? Oh, I might have done that.
Uh-huh.
Well, see, okay, comparatively, I did very well because when I arrived, I got included in a godly pyramid scheme.
No. So, Shade, you don't understand. At the time, Vulpes thought she was doing the right thing.
Got nothing
actually
against
did.
that.
Yeah.
I'm just
And,
reminding Vulpes what the right thing was.
Well, the right thing back then was getting Celestials in the nice new city that I was building, which I thought, hey, if they're not in the Celestial city, they're not gonna turn out like maniacs.
Yeah,
To my credit,
right.
they didn't. So really, I was right. So consider call no.
So I think I'm just gonna go.
No.
You've got it handled.
Hold on.
But your commentary is so needed.
Yes. And also, treasure trove of experience and hat.
But also, we still haven't fully ruled out the no plan, no time, and no course of action plan.
Yeah, I don't know what he means, but I trust the owl. Yes. I don't actually know what that means.
Well, that's where he performs best.
What? Because I'm sure you don't mean bull rushing the giant dragon that has been hoarding power and gold for thousands for decades, with nothing but 4 people, barely any gear, and they looked at the doctor, a really nice hat, and the man it's attached to.
Oh, you think I would fight Zarthi?
Wonderful. Aren't you, Ray of Sunshine? Right, yeah, so what would the plan be for that?
Besides the whole making it a public spectacle, I don't think we have anything beyond that.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's spectacular.
There was I had a cloak that gave me cold immunity, and then my god said, "How would I take that back?" So
Yeah, that does feel like mom.
So I would have been alright.
You know what? I'm gonna start calling her mom again. That was funny.
Wait, so then would she be Ivy's godmom?
Literally? Kinda.
I'm gonna refrain from calling her that. I like my tongue in my head.
Oh yes, you know, I once watched her unravel Tempest into tiny little ribbons of flesh. And strew him around her room like some sort of meat decoration.
How do you know that name?
He was the guy that I told you so, like abducted me when I arrived.
She got her hands on Temperance.
Yeah, see, you know, you remember when you used to say his name and boom, lightning. Do you remember that?
Well, that seems extreme.
Yeah. So every time you used to say his name, you'd get struck by lightning. We actually tried to weaponize it once, didn't work out there very well. But turns out Mab was
He jumps
offended
up on
by
the
someone
table.
throwing.
All right, everyone, time for you all to get out of my tavern. Everyone out the door, right now.
Okay, all of us do.
Well-
Or
You
Baldur's
stay.
gonna- Okay.
sorry, what? Okay.
Everyone else, out. Chef, you too. Out. Everyone slowly starts making their way out. Faster.
Bye.
And speed up a little.
Ivy starts making her way out. Okay, bye. Nice to meet you.
You
Oh.
stay back.
All right.
Right. What?
He walks over and shuts the door.
Okay.
Are we in trouble?
He puts in the latch. No,
This doesn't feel nice.
we are going to go and check on something. Give me
Why?
a minute.
All right.
We're going on an adventure.
Suddenly, I regret mentioning that.
He walks over behind the bar and opens up a little cabinet.
Okay.
He reaches
Are we
in.
getting a special drink?
Ooh, are we going to the island?
Alright. As you all glance out the windows, you're no longer where you were. The entire tavern is gone, and is now somewhere else.
Where?
I don't think we're in the Kingdom of the Sun anymore.
Some
Toto.
sort of floating island in this storm.
Oh my god, we are in the island!
Vulpus, explain, please.
Oh, Ivy, come here,
Vulpes
come here.
falls limp.
Ah.
What?
Oh, thank God I'm back. Hello everyone, I'm Temperance. Vulpus gets up. They crack their shoulder. This is not the state I left this body in.
I just got my friend back. Fuck.
I'll be giving it back to them once I'm done. Where are we? My island. Good. Shade, you are going well. When
Am
are
I?
we? Excuse me a moment.
I look at the doctor. What?
The doctor's just watching him hesitantly.
Did you used to lightning strike people for saying your name?
One moment. I just need to... Okay, then we are. Alright. Alright. Your question was...
I asked if you lightning striked people for saying your name.
Well, that's a little bit more complicated. I'm compelled to lightning strike people who speak my name. Well, was compelled. I'm no longer bound by that body.
What, doctor? What did you need?
The doctor's still just watching him hesitantly. Shade, thank you for taking care of Vulpes up until this moment.
Right. Oh, I figured it might have been Vecna who sent them.
Vecna? Curious, but I can see how you would make that assumption.
Didn't know. Well,
Seeing as Vulpes was naked in a box, that seemed Vecna's style.
Curious.
why would you say it's Vecna's style? I've never seen Vecna put anyone naked in a box before.
He just seems the type of person to be like, live in a box with no clothes. He doesn't strike me as somebody who puts them in a nice comfy bed and sends them on their way. You know what I mean?
No, not really.
Okay. Vulpes knows. You know, I asked the doctor the same
Yeah,
question.
doctor took us here just now. He fucked off.
No.
I don't really know. I thought he just fucked off. Anyway, haven't seen him since the eclipse. Fucked off. Who's light? Never. Oh, actually, that Vulpes' guardian. Vulpes put out a quest to kill Light and take his stones.
No, they didn't. It wasn't for to kill Light. It was to take the stone without killing Light.
Well, anyway, to put out a quest to steal from Light. That's interesting. Yeah, fate was complete. Not that we know of.
Not the second time.
Once we left it, yeah. Is that good or bad? Okay.
A
So why
magic's
did
still
you
gone.
hide yourself in Vulpus's body anyway?
I had very little option. I needed a vessel that could not risk being destroyed. I needed access to magic. I needed something that could sustain me. It, after what was going to occur, was the last thing that could.
Can you elaborate?
I am a spell.
Ah. Okay.
I am a very complex spell. A spell so complex it simulates a soul.
You said to
Without
trigger.
magic, I can... what would the word for it be? Decay.
So Vulpus's body sustains you.
Yes. That being said, exerting myself on a material plane still results in some decay, which is why I attempted to remain here as much as I could. It allowed me to last as long as I could. This entire plane was handcrafted for my continued existence.
Have you
With-
always been a spell?
Yes. And the Temperance before me and the Temperance before them. In each cycle of the sphere.
Huh.
Ivy is just staring at the doctor.
Ivy, you get the sense that the Doctor is ready to fight this individual at the slightest showing of hostility. The Doctor has been carefree up until now. Now he's on guard and ready to kill.
Does my life sense pick up anything of Temperance?
Nope. Other than Vulpus's life signal.
Alright.
So, yeah, stuck yourself in Vulpus to sustain yourself, and that's it.
How do you know about the other things that happen in the sphere? Like the wars and stuff? You mentioned cycles. Do you mean
Math.
math? You calculated everything.
Sort of. Not exactly. You and everything that you are disrupts what is happening. Celestials.
Uh-huh. So without Celestials, the Orcs win the Fey War.
Well, yes, that's what's happened in every other cycle. You'll notice that chronomancy within this sphere is, well, compounded. You cannot alter the past like you could in some other spheres. The reason that is because there's already a chronomancy spell of grand scale in effect.
And that is?
The reloop. That might be the only way I can translate into human speech. At the destruction of the sphere rerounds to the origin point, the point of deviation from all the other spheres, or the rupturing from the sphere that was this realm into the many others.
And that is the arrival of Celestials.
No. Celestials only arrived nearly, 100 years ago now? 80 years ago?
Mm-hmm.
We're talking over 40, 50,000 years ago by the celestial calendar. We're referring to a point in time when the... how would you put that? Ancient gods created this world and ruled over. Whenever the loop resets, a new Temperis is created.
Mm-hmm.
We are able to use math to figure out what is going to happen. It's not right all of the time, but by carefully manipulating certain events, we can try to lead to the outcome that we design. Celestials are an unknown factor. But with an unknown factor, let's call it X for example, we can potentially drastically alter other variables. It's an entirely new set of tools to work with. I was hoping to give the south section of this nation an opportunity. Originally, the orcs were going to have this entire region under their control. It appears something has happened in the early 20s that has significantly altered that. I tried to place Archo in a position where he would learn and lead. And it appears that has not come to fruition. To my surprise, Vulpes has managed to survive this far. I was expecting them to serve as an example to the others of how power can corrupt. And without Shadow to guard them, I am concerned for their future and how it might impact things to come.
My guardians are light and shadow.
My apologies. Shadow goes by light, but Shadow was their original name. To be clear, Shade, you are one of 7 Celestials that I have deemed a positive force in this world.
Thank you for that, I guess.
It is not something you have to thank me for, it is something that you earned on your own. I am only acknowledging it. Why has your party formed here? Why come to the doctor?
well, the group was looking for an ally in changing the power structures of that southern nation you mentioned.
I see.
Does Zathix always just like use the nation as a personal piggy bank?
I have no idea. I
That
cannot
way-
see the future.
What do you know of his past actions?
My understanding is I attempted to have him killed almost 60 years ago now.
Well,
I
he
placed in
lived.
his path an obstacle that should have killed him. Unfortunate.
Why was he originally intended to die?
He was with an individual known as Echo. They are a construct, but also a celestial. They are unique from what I understand. I was hoping for this individual to learn to cope with loss. Once they learnt to cope with loss, I'd be able to take them under my wing. A celestial that is detached from attachment with no history in this world. That is someone who can truly make a difference. They can put themselves anywhere as a completely detached variable that brings no baggage.
Well, have we ever heard of Echo like at
There
all?
is a town called Echo's Rest within Alexalia.
Well, Zathix didn't die, but it sounds like Echo did. And then Zathix decided to be a problem.
Your names are Baldurin and Ivy.
Yep.
Correct.
And you've got the doctor here. I have a question for you, Baldurin.
Okay.
How many siblings do you have?
3.
Interesting. Well, while we are here, You can see that there's faded purple mist coming off of the skin of this individual. It's been slowly building up to the point where it's now visible.
You're not, like, decaying now, are you?
Not exactly.
Does it look any different with True Sight?
It kind of looks like everything else around here.
Are you gonna, like, attack us or something?
No.
The doctor's freaking me out.
I have a request of all of you.
What would that be?
I would like your assistance with gaining a body of my own.
Does it also have to have an infinite source of magic attached?
Not necessarily.
That's good, because it would be a problem if it did.
I mean, I get why you want a body of your own, but, like, can we just find Joe Schmo dead in the road? Like, what do you mean?
Not exactly. This will have to be a body built at a foundry. And for that
Okay,
you'll need
a
an
foundry?
incredible amount of magical power. Fortunately, we have Vulpes. However, doing so would deplete them. Not entirely, but substantially.
Why would we do this, rather?
That's a good
Because I am
question,
asking
actually.
you nicely.
It's a good reason, but
Because unlike everyone else that you've come across, I am letting it be entirely your choice. You can choose to reject me and leave me in a state, or you can choose to help me. There is no consequences for you. You can go about your day, knowing that you have chosen not to help me. But, knowing if you do choose to help me, you are helping me of your own free will. Not because I have anything over you, or I'm trying to compel you.
okay.
That is the best way I like to agree to things.
Fair enough, yet there's many people who need help. Why
Yes, sir.
should we choose to help you over others?
Because I am usually an immortal. Quantifiably, my life has more impact on this world than any other. It is optimal to help me, because by helping me, you're doing the most good. Of course, good can be interpreted by any creature to mean almost anything. But from my perspective, and as the perspective that I have been given, it is the most optimal outcome for all creatures, and I believe what is good is the most optimal outcome for all creatures. Of course, you can disagree, and that would be that. There would be nothing else I could do to convince you on the matter.
I look at Doctor. You seem quite hostile towards this individual, and yet he claims to be a force of good.
He is a force. A force created. I'm not convinced, nor do I think I ever could be convinced, that it is a force of good. Temperance is a constant of the sphere. In all the time I've been alive, he has too. I even learned my chronomancy from him. That does not mean that I trust him. I am aware that he is working towards his goal, and his goal is for the best outcome for the majority of creatures. However, I know he's willing to sacrifice the few to save the many, and I'm not in agreement with that thought process.
Well, I do realize that you prefer to stay neutral if it means you have a choice like this, but even you see that that is not necessarily optimal.
What's optimal and what is right are two separate things. And while he says one thing, I truly feel that every creature knows what is right deep in their heart. And every creature can share what is truly right from that. Fundamentally, every creature just wants to be cared for. How they seek that care is, well, individualized.
So, what happens if we walk away and don't get you, body? Do you just slowly decay? Like, what?
I
Several
will remain
decades?
within Volp. I have approximately 1 day full of time. I have consumed about 2/3 of it thus far. Meaning I've got about 8 hours of time left on a material plane of active time. That is time where I am in control of this body. After that time is consumed, I will be destroyed. Not
You
long
said
after,
that-
this plane will begin to collapse.
The plane cannot sustain itself without you.
No. Its
I like
purpose
the
is to be
doctor.
a housing for me. A place of
This
refuge.
plane.
Yeah.
This plane. I understand. Well, is that a problem?
No.
Okay. Right, so
It does mean
fixing,
that the chrono loop will end.
and there will be no new sphere.
Not necessarily. It just means that in the event of this sphere's destruction, it will not rebound to the point of the chrono creation. the separation of the chronoscope.
This is a bit too complex for me.
I will attempt to dumb it down slightly. Imagine that there is a place that represents all of time. From this point in time, you can go anywhere. Anywhen. Now imagine that that is a place inside of this sphere. A tiny marble inside of a balloon. Now, we take that balloon and cut it up and take chunks away. And now we are mashing up that marble so that there is little chunks of that marble that are going with those balloons. This sphere is a piece of that balloon with that tiny little chunk of marble. The marble as a whole is the chronoscope. That is the access point to all of time. A tiny chunk of it is this place here, where we are now. Or, well, not necessarily where we are now. This is a reformation, so we took that tiny chunk of marble, mashed it up into powder, melted it down and made it into something else. It's still all of those base components, but it's got a whole new purpose. We took something, a shard of time, you could say, and made it into something new. A tool to protect time. A safe haven, a warehouse, a back door, an emergency escape. That anchor can basically take it from any point in time. So let's say you're 50 years from now and the sphere collapses for some reason. Because this anchor existed now, when the sphere is destroyed, it is pulled back to the creation of that anchor. Does that make sense?
A little bit.
It is quite advanced and beyond my capabilities of maintaining, creating, or managing. The god who created it is, well, the one who created the first Temperance.
Okay.
They are not like the gods of current day.
What happens to the souls of everyone when the sphere reboots?
Well, when someone dies, their soul goes to the astral plane and then to whatever afterlife they may or may not go to. If they go to an afterlife, they go to the afterlife, which is a demi-plane housed within the astral plane. If they don't have an afterlife, then they just remain in the astral plane. Eventually that soul is destroyed in the astral plane. Let's say they go to the afterlife. Eventually that god is going to die, and then the souls are going to be released to the astral plane where they die.
So souls just die.
Yes. Die is an oversimplification, but I feel it gets the point across. It's really they break apart until there is nothing left. No memories, no experiences. They experience blankness to the point that they become blank.
So you mentioned that if we were to try to get you a body, that it would deplete Vulpes. Do you know exactly what that would look like and what that would mean for Vulpes?
I'm personally incapable of calculating or quantifying the amount of magic that is housed within their body. Each cell is radiating an amount of magic beyond most casters' capabilities. It might deplete them entirely, it could deplete only a tiny fraction of it. It's possible to build such a device to quantify it, but if the decision is made to go through with this, then building the device is a waste of resources, as it would not change the outcome knowing what is going to happen.
Well, I'm very happy you decided to ask us to do this, but we're not exactly the most powerful beings on the plane, on the material plane, nor the most well connected, nor do we possess a great deal of resources to build some device in the body. Best we can do is keep this in mind. Yes.
You would not be creating a device, you'd be restoring one. However, in order to do so, you would have to He pauses as if he's thinking about how much information he's going to give you, and then he seems to decide. You would have to locate a specific ritual site. The site is old and could be entirely lost to time. I'm considering the creatures who built it. I do not believe it's possible that the site itself could be entirely destroyed, considering how much time has passed. However, it could be in quite severe disrepair.
Mm-hmm.
I believe you still possess your church, correct?
Yes.
I believe that this could be a task assigned to several of your clerics, and this could be completed over the decades to come.
It's fair enough.
This is not a particular rush. I have millennia to wait. But I personally believe it's imperative that I have my body restored.
That's weird.
We can look into it in that case.
I mean,
While we figure out more, nothing we can do immediately anyway.
The doctor appears to relax.
I want Bulbus's opinion more than anything.
Yeah.
Well, Vulpes' opinion we'll only have once we leave.
Yeah.
Very well.
So,
If you do need to return here at any point, there is a town known as Lorenz. At the bottom of the waterfall... Sorry, not the bottom of the waterfall. At the bottom of their water well, there is a golden tuning fork. It is lodged into one of the bricks. If you dislodge it from the brick, you'll be able to use it to come here.
Very well.
Once you arrive here, I'll be able to manifest over Volpes, like I am doing now, and communicate with you.
Fair enough. In that case, I guess the only thing... Give me some pointers as to how we should start looking for the ritual side anyway.
There is an island of iron. You would need to start by finding that.
Okay. Island of Iron.
Not necessarily just iron, but iron is a very common resource on it.
Uh-huh. Fair enough.
You should be able to tell by the beaches of the island.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Any idea of whereabout it is?
AFK a minute.
Sounds like something that's that you should know. It's not exactly.
There are several regions of this sphere that I maintain and manage my knowledge base on. The Kingdom of the Sun, the Empire of Light, and the Dwarven Lands. I have in-depth and maintained knowledge in all of those areas. I do not have in-depth and maintained knowledge on areas outside of there.
Okay. So it's not in Kingdom of the Sun, Dwarven Lands, or what is the other one you said?
Empire of Light.
Or Empire of Light.
No,
Fair
it is
enough.
not. I apologize, I cannot narrow it down further. It is also not in the Goblin Isles.
Alright then.
It may exist outside the Walls of Light.
What is that?
If you were to take a ship in any direction far enough, you would encounter walls of light that go as high as, well, you can see.
Hmm?
Beyond that, there are more lands. This entire area was sectioned off by the Imperium of Light millennia ago, during the foundation of the, well, what you would now call the Empire of Light and Kingdom of the Sun. Originally they were one and the same nation. All the land within those walls were one nation. Unfortunately, over the years, for these nations, generations upon generations of descendants have resulted in the nation breaking apart and the lands slowly changing. However, the walls stand.
Is it safe to go through the walls? Do we have to go around?
It is not possible to go around, and any creature who attempts to enter this sphere is pulled into this section. However, there is a way to go through. Any creature that is wearing an item or artifact that it is enchanted to make them immune to the effects of radiance would be able to pass through without issue.
Immune to radiance. That is quite a big feat. Very well. Yes, we can start with this if we decide to help.
I leave the decision in your hands. Volpes, you have control over your body again.
Was I aware of this or no?
Inside of your head, yet.
Bitch. Those are their first words immediately. So did doctor say that?
Right, back to the Zarthix issue.
Hold on. There's one thing I'd like to say before we move on. Bitch! That's it, move on. I hate him. Okay, do I
Okay.
hate him?
Right.
Listen, before we move on, being a bit more serious now. Tempest oft has good intentions, but he is remarkably detached even from me. There is very little he would not do to accomplish his goals, whatever those are.
Well, if his
He-
goals really are to protect as many beings as possible, it's not exactly bad.
I would like to mention that he, for example, took Thorthak under his wing. He took myself and Varys, knowing Varys and Thorthak were both vampires. He intended on using me as an example, meaning most likely he intended me on causing harm. He even still gave that version of myself access to some of the most powerful artifacts in existence. I will repeat that Tempest has good intentions, but he is neither trustworthy nor truthful. You should always take what he says with a grain of salt. If he believes that lying to you would get you on his side, he would.
Mhm.
I need you to understand this because if you decide to go ahead with this, I will not protest even though my magical reserves will be exhausted in some way or another. I understand the risk. I am willing to partake it if we decide this is the best thing to do, as I am unwilling to be directly responsible for the death of a sphere. However, I am unsure if Tempest is the best way to do anything about it. And speaking personally, I do not trust him. I believe he is untrustworthy, I believe he is off file, and I believe he has been rather irresponsible. He
Oh.
once gave... You know about the... Have I told you the history of the Kobold genocide? The one that
Yes,
I'm
you
made
have.
responsible for.
You have.
Yes, he gave Kobold, without the capacity of counting up to 5, the power to commit murder of millions or, well, thousands in seconds. He is incredibly reckless with his activities at the best of times.
I understand your concerns, but right now we're not deciding whether to make a
I know.
body for him or not.
I just wanted to make sure you understood why I was concerned. This is not about my magical reserves.
Yes,
I have
yes, I
good reason
understand.
to be wary of that man, and I would recommend that you take everything he says with a grain of salt.
Thank you. Yes, just not the issue we're dealing with right now. All I plan to do as of now is put a couple of people on looking into this Ironland thing, and once we are anywhere close to it, we can discuss if we even want to go and do something about
Understood.
Temperance.
I just thought it was important to mention now while the iron was hot.
Sure.
If I left to mention later, I would lose a bit of a, well, meaning. Doctor,
Yes.
you seem familiar with him. I believe you will support my observations, correct?
I do not believe anything that you have said is incorrect.
That's what I thought, yes.
However, slightly
Again, if-
exaggerated, your point is represented fairly, in my opinion.
I thank you, and I apologize for the exaggeration. I am... Part of me...
Temperance would kill millions to save billions. By hand, slowly,
Yes.
without any regard for how much pain they would go through.
Yes. And more than that, he has no real concept of... I do not believe he is capable of really having any sort of alliance or connection with another individual. He is completely detached. Any olive branch he offers you is illusionary. He is not above manipulating you for that purpose.
All right.
That is something that I wanted to say because I do still somehow have faith in his mission to some extent, but
If
it's relevant. He will lie. He will fool you. He will mislead you. You should not take anything he says at face value.
I appreciate the concern, but also I don't see how any of that is relevant. If his mission is to save billions at the cost of millions, it sounds rather reasonable.
I just wanted you to be aware of it, because you
Okay,
can
I
be in
got
support
it.
of someone's mission and not their methods.
I understand.
Okay, good. What we're talking about? Right, Zaphix.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Frankly, Okay, how serious do you want me to be about this? Because my, immediate reaction is to crack jokes and all, but... Oh boy, that took a bit
True.
out of me.
We don't really need jokes right now.
Right.
Excuse me, Baldrin.
Yes.
Are you capable of astral projecting?
Yes.
Ivy,
Uh,
do you possess magic from your god?
uh-huh.
Are you able to request her to intervene on your behalf?
Has it technically been a month?
Yes.
I can. Not guaranteed to work, obviously, but yeah.
I see. How many lives are you willing to risk for this?
Who are you talking to? Like, you're talking to Ivy or the old Wallern?
Everyone.
Oh,
Or what this?
I believe
To
he
take out
means the
Zaphix.
Zaphix thing.
Don't see how taking out Zathix is the primary goal right now. Primary goal is to stop this law.
I will be honest with you guys. I do not believe we can do anything to stop this law. I believe we should try and protect as many people from it as possible, and that does not mean just, hey, that's okay, you go do your forced labor, buddy, I'll be back here when you're done. I don't think that's ethical.
No, I wasn't suggesting to do that.
That is pretty much what you suggested, actually.
Actually, I was saying that my efforts would be focused on making sure that this forced labor, or whatever it is as painless as possible.
Yes, I just... how do I put this?
But you don't think it's good enough, and
I think we should try and stop people from being subjected to it.
okay,
In some way, even if it's just a few people. I feel like if you do that, that's good, but
okay. How do you want to
there
do
is...
that? It's a great suggestion, but we need.
There is
Oh.
4 of you and 9 council members, if I'm not mistaken.
correct.
Mm-hmm. Sounds about right.
If
But the
each of
4
you
was
could manage to take out 2 council members, no. There just isn't time.
I mean, whatever move we make, whatever. If we do anything at all, we're probably going to incur some wrath. Right?
Yes.
Wrath's an entirely different
So,
dragon, but yeah.
Oh my god, these personas
anger?
are getting out of hand.
Incur some anger? Whatever. I mean,
Some consequences.
that's another dragon, actually.
That one's dead.
Oh, R.I.P.
Rip.
Oh, so there's no more consequences. We're fine.
So, I mean, okay, what's an acceptable level of what we're doing? Do we work on establishing an underground railroad and smuggling people out?
Vulpus leans
Do
forward in
we?
interest.
Do we? Thanks for explaining the underground railroad thing to me. Thanks.
We could
it-
potentially find one of the regions that is against the law and work on making that region a safe place.
That is what I was going to suggest. Yes, I believe we should try and locate the people who will not be given a fair shot at this, of making their own decision, or who will, suffer a lot with it, which is most, but not all of them. Offer them an alternative that isn't just forced labor or forced pregnancy. If we could establish such a safe haven for these people, I believe that is something we would do that is objectively good, like the scaly man over that said.
I highly doubt that one region lord is going to do that. I just don't think Inexalia as a whole is gonna. If we're hesitant to deal with it, what is somebody who's in politics gonna feel?
Yeah, that's the issue, isn't it?
The way I see it, the nation is split into 4 separate areas. The Middle Forest, the Northern Forest, the Shifting Sands, and the Icy region. 2 of those areas are set up to produce food quite sustainably. Do you know of the condition of the frozen area?
You have to import food, right, James?
That is not quite.
It imports a
Haven
lot of food, but
produces.
Haven and some areas around Haven produces a substantial amount of food.
Right. Look at that, we're doing something. Also, what's with the red lines on the map?
I was just marking out the different areas.
Oh, cool.
So, in any case, from what I heard, the capital region was the one against the law. If I remember correctly.
By the way, James, if there's a map available, I don't have any vision for it.
Same. But again,
Right, just
what if we, for example, I'm relatively sure that in Haven, nobody's going to be forced to work.
because they don't have the power to come in and take people by force?
Because probably the task of putting people to work will be handed down to the local authorities, and the local authorities in Haven are not going to do that. They're going to put people to quote unquote work and still pay them.
I would hope so, yes. I have faith in Juliana. Nice woman she is.
We could make sure that more places do the same.
That would be somewhat acceptable, yes.
Could encourage more people to move to Haven, although it's packed.
I would have to I would like to make a
I'm
comment though. And I have already made it before, but I'd like to emphasize it. I agree that we should try and stop the most amount of people from getting absolutely wrecked by this right now. But let's not pretend this isn't a symptom of a bigger disease. The region is controlled by a tyrant and his, well, let's put it mildly, lackeys who are subjecting thousands to horrible things. Not only this time, but many times in the past. And Exalia has been the site of horrible, terrible things. Many times in the past, Zathix has personally wiped cities out from the map. And I believe that even if we don't decide to go, fist fight the dragon right now, something should be done about that, because if no one does anything about that, here, if none of us do anything about that, then it should have become clear by now that no one will. And they're just gonna keep festering and growing in power until not even we can do shit about it.
I hope you realize that by the same logic, replace Zathix with Bulbus in your speech, you should have been dead long ago.
I died a good few times, didn't I?
Not permanently.
You'd think so.
Seems like you're still here.
Yes, but
You don't seem to think that people killing you was the right solution either.
In most cases, when people hunted me down, I was actively attempting to isolate myself.
Zathix is pretty isolated himself.
I
This war
believe
is
that
not his
a
doing.
pretty big difference between my decision in the past to isolate myself to be safe and to not impact others because I was afraid, and his decision to isolate himself, well, having established a horrible, decade-spanning legacy of tyranny and fear that's handed down to others who then enforce it using his authority over a considerably larger amount of space than I myself ever even tried to impact.
Every
What the
time
fuck just happened? Hold on.
this comes up, I really am lost for words. This nation has been in a much better shape than everything else around it. People
I agree.
are fed,
There
people
are
are
wonderful
housed,
things here,
and
but I don't think the wonderful things should excuse the horrible things. I'm sorry. And I don't mean to say, everyone should die for their crimes. I do not believe I
but
have
you
the
are
right to say
saying
that. No, I think something should be done about the fact that there is someone here with the power to, at any given point, eradicate cities who has done that in the past. And is clearly willing to do it again. It's not like they've had any change of heart, they just don't feel like it right now.
You just described Shade and yourself.
Not quite, no. I believe
You have both destroyed cities before.
Have I destroyed a city before?
Yes.
When?
That's just you.
What? Hold on. What city have... I didn't destroy the Celestial City.
You did. You sank it with Nathan.
Hold on. Why did I...
Orcs.
Hold
That
on.
too.
Yeah, but orcs are people.
Orcs don't count. Orcs not people. Yeah.
Exactly.
Goblins.
I'll get to that in a second.
No need to
Before you
excuse
start-
yourself, because like there are two issues at hand. One issue: what are we going to do right now, this very second, this year, about helping people, right?
I already
and the other issue
gave my opinion. I just think that we should look into doing something about Anexalia's political organization as a group.
Okay,
I don't believe we
please
should accept
go
tyranny.
ahead. I am flabbergasted. I have been working on improving the situation in Exalia for, well, of course, not personally, but for what, 50 years? 50 years my organization has been working on Exalia on improving the people's lives. Now the three of you are just saying that, oh, the nation's terrible, let's do something about it, and completely dismissing my efforts
I don't
because
think
you don't
anyone
think
has been dismissing your
enough.
efforts.
Oh, yes.
I'm just saying that there's a tyrant who has basically unlimited power, and that's a bit weird.
That's like every other nation.
No one's
Yes,
dismissing
exactly.
the efforts of the past. your organization is working on helping and attempting to rebuild the nation from the ground up, and the three of us think that we need to take a top-down approach right now.
Okay.
Honestly, even if we don't decide, oh, let's kill Zaphix, oh, let's tear down. I understand that. I just
That's the
do
differing
you
opinion. is
remember?
Let's say we
The
kill
difference in the
Zarfix,
opinion.
then what?
Hold on. Do you
That was
remember
my-
the? Do you remember the lady at the protest?
Yes.
I believe most people would argue she was wrong in attacking those guards, right?
Yes.
However, was she wrong in saying that by enforcing an unlawful rule, they were supporting the power that was doing bad things? I don't believe so.
What?
That is the argument I'm trying to make here.
So,
They were doing their job.
so
Okay.
for the now, do we want to just go and find out which of the regional lords we can persuade, or like don't
Yes.
even have to persuade? Is that the acceptable course of action?
I think for now, yeah.
Okay.
Excellent.
And then
Just
and
before
then,
we take that course of action, I do have a series of questions that I'd like to ask.
No?
can I finish? After we set that up, is the acceptable course of action to work within the system to fix the things? I
Yes,
don't
I
fucking
think-
like politics, but if it means everybody's okay with freaking dealing with it, I do it. But
I'll do what the group votes for. Also, apologies for if I have been pressing too much, Shade. I do tend to enjoy myself a debate.
I would much prefer to work within the system until it's proven that it's doesn't work. It's true that there has not been a general election for emperor yet, but doesn't mean that there will never be one.
Yeah, but
To play
Tell me you at
devil's
least-
advocate, how long is an acceptable amount of time to wait to see if a fair election can take place?
ooh, that's a good point. Well, oh,
We
shit.
need to talk to the regional lords, ask them of their opinion.
Can I
see if
take
it's
a
even
breather
possible.
here? Doctor? Do you have, like, anything to drink? No, non-alcoholic. I'm never touching any alcohol, please.
Yes.
Just, like, water. Oh, thank you. Juice. I'll take juice.
and what were your questions?
As he's pouring
Sorry, guys, it was just...
a few drinks. Well, first of all, in the event that you do remove Zarfix from the equation in one manner or another, what happens next?
Preferably, we'd set up a better leader who has the support
Well,
of the people.
if we're going through the election process, there will be a different leader, and
That would be it.
hopefully everyone's concerns that the nation is run by a tyrant will be alleviated by that.
I agree.
Alright,
That
and what
is
happens when that
acceptable.
leader dies?
Next election.
Yeah, my first thought was getting that whole, it just goes back to Zathix thing.
Yeah, citing
Now-
someone by name in law is kind of fucky, isn't it?
Yeah. Regardless of how it happens,
Well,
if and when Zathix is removed from power, the law should be rewritten.
Yeah. That is a good point.
And what
Let's deal
stops
with that then.
Zarfix from taking back power?
Well, if he does that, then I believe Shade would agree that he's being unlawful and let's fight back, right, Shade?
And how will you
that is
know?
correct.
He could simply kill the person that you put in power and take their form.
does True Sight not work on that?
It would, but that would involve you all getting close enough to them to actually be involved.
We generally do have audiences with the Emperor sometimes.
And if that was to change, would you go against the Empire for that?
And
Probably not, but in any case,
and
all
how
of
many
this is
times
hypotheticals.
realistically though, how many times have we gone decades between audiences with the Emperor?
That's only because we were not on the plane and out of time.
Well, once is a coincidence, two is happenstance, thrice is enemy action.
It should not be just our responsibility to fix the nation anyway.
I agree, but listen, I'm not saying there's any right way. Personally, I have perpetually been completely fuck all confused from the moment I was conceived in this world. But in my eyes, from the experiences I have, no one does shit about tyrants. And that's a bit weird.
Should it be our responsibility? No, but it seems that we might be the only ones willing to take responsibility. And
You
in that
haven't even
regard,
asked about other people. We've already agreed to go talk to the Legion Lords, and you're just assuming that none of them even want to do anything about it.
Well, that's mostly because, well, the nation is how old now?
Very well, we should be at the first one now.
Wait, really? Wait, does your tavern move?
Nice
Oh my
tavern.
god,
Yeah,
that's so
yeah,
cool. How do you do
you-
that? I want
It
that.
also
Oh, that's
blends
so
into
cool.
the surroundings.
Oh, you're
You
shitting me.
You missed that part when.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah,
Oh, I can do so much science with this.
I don't think the doctor's gonna let you, but
No,
you can pretend.
it's mine. Get your own.
Doctor, how do I get one?
He speaks in a language you do not understand. Baldrin, you understand this? He is saying, go and get it yourself.
That sounded unhelpful. I'm gonna be honest.
I can appreciate spite.
I'm not gonna say what he said unless someone asked.
Okay, so where are we? You took us to the first one. What's the first one?
Well, Rubik's.
Excellent.
Who? That's a city, right?
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah, who's in charge here?
Good question.
Has it changed since 50 years?
Yes.
Are you gonna
It is
stick
now
around?
Mali.
Mali who?
Mali good Jägerhund.
I thought so.
Jaeger, who would you say?
Alright.
Any relation to Warren?
Yes.
Oh?
Yep.
Horns his
Huh.
her grandfather.
Cool.
Well, let's go talk to Mali then.
We do like talking.
Are you coming with us, Doctor? Or are you gonna just dip the hell out?
I'll be waiting here.
Well, we know where here is since you said it blends in.
Oh, we can just come back from the way we came from.
Yeah, I'll make a note of what building it is and where it is within the city.
One last thing. Hey, Doctor,
Yes.
can I have a scale?
No.
Unfortunate. Alright, let's go.
Can I trade you a scale for a feather?
Yes.
I'll do that. I'll pluck a feather and hand it to him.
He pulls out a scale out of his bag and hands it to you. It's gold.
Shiny.
That's
Alright.
not yours.
You never said it had to be mine.
I never did. Carry on.
Well, anybody know anything about Marley?
Oop.
Well,
But we can
don't know.
stop by the church and ask them, ask priests what they think or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I have a church presence here, so.
I
What
have a
do
church
you
presence
say?
here. Don't worry about it. Yeah, we'll go check in.
Come on, Ivy.
You know, I don't think Map's popular here.
Unfortunately, I also do not have a church presence here.
All right, you go to
I
the
don't think I
church
have a
district.
presence here at all.
The Church of the fucking Fist.
You can see that there's 7 different churches here. One of them being... I can never pronounce this.
The Church of these hands.
Yes, these have... The Church of Ages.
Oh, we just.
What about Dex?
No,
Oh well.
Wait, wasn't Rubik's the city where they didn't want any churches at all?
Yeah.
Why the fuck is there 7?
Yes, they got
People
worn
Would you
down.
like to investigate
change.
it?
I will ask in the church. I'll go inside my church and
All right.
see if there's
The
who's
old man in here drops his stuff when he sees you enter. Oh my, it's you!
Hello.
Ivy flies over and helps him pick his shit up.
Do I know who this man is?
Lopez laughs.
He was a young boy when you first... Like, he was a boy at the academy.
Have we met?
What academy, James?
The academy.
Nara.
The
There's only
Anakela
one.
one, right? Sorry?
Illuminara.
Luminara. Okay, good. Because we had a school back then.
He kneels. My
Oh,
lord.
there's no need for that.
Look at that.
I didn't know
No
you would be
need
coming
for-
here.
It's a bit
Ish.
of a. Neither did I. So we
Hey,
just.
Shade.
Yeah.
Doesn't that get tiring?
What?
The whole kneeling thing.
Most people know that they don't need to kneel.
Yeah.
you- please, what's your name?
Silenar. Sorry, I was trying to figure out how the heck to pronounce that.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Silena, and thank you for your service. We just had a couple of questions that wanted somebody trustworthy to answer. We're firstly interested in Mali Gudjägerhund. What can you tell us about her?
She's quite religious.
Wait, really?
What religion?
And I suppose that might answer my second question as well. Why is there 7 churches all of a sudden?
She is a cleric to 5 churches.
5?
Damn.
Be a cleric to the ages?
No, but I've been working on it.
Fair enough.
One of us.
Originally, there was just our church and the other.
Which other one?
Let me check
Don't
what
say
other
it.
one was first.
Don't say it.
It's not the Church of Day.
Nope.
Okay, good.
That collapsed in here a while ago.
The less churches of Deus, the better. Wait, shit, no, a lot. Oh shit.
Just us and the Accord. The Accord is a Bleacher's church.
Okay, fair enough. So Mali brought in the others. Very well.
She's
Is
been treating us
Mali
quite fairly.
and the common folk?
It's been helping since I was first placed here as an acolyte. Our position in the society here has grown quite drastically. Before we were, well, they thought of us like Zarthix. We were terrible to them. But over time, most people have no problem with us. It's just the older people. He seems to stutter on his
old
words
people.
as he's trying to form sentences when talking to you.
Don't stress it. Just speak freely. What about Mali? How does Mali treat the common people?
It depends. She's quite strict, but she tries to do what's best for everyone.
That sounds
There
quite
was a
good.
time where she actually rented out the entire the capital area of this town, well, city, just so that she could afford to feed everyone. As leaders go, she's probably one of the better ones I've had to deal with.
Thank
She's
you.
a lot nicer than her mother.
Her mother?
Yes, Lady Catherine.
Okay, good.
Any of you have questions about Mali before we go see them?
I do have one question. What happened to the Church of Deus?
It's my understanding that their churches don't span so far south. But I'm also not heavily involved with any affairs in their regard.
Back in about
Alright.
36, this city was very much against any religious presence, and Church of Deus was not accepted. I negotiated ages to be the first church in Rubik's.
Congratulations.
And followed shortly by in year 40, which is around the time that I was placed here as an acolyte. Sorry, I was moved up to adept. Well, we got to introduce the Bleach Church here. They've been phenomenal at getting us resources from all of the neighboring towns. They get us quite the discount, and they're really the heart of commerce, at least in the religious sector.
Lola's legacy.
Yeah, man.
Okay, so well, thank you for your information.
Who put Marley forward as the region lord when that election came out?
It's my understanding that it was her mother who put her forward.
Nepotism.
Huh.
What's nepotism?
Inside joke, Aparna. Sorry. I don't know how to explain nepotism. It's, apologies. essentially, when someone with power or influence uses that power and stuff to favor their relatives and friends.
I see.
Yeah, James.
I am well aware of the irony of me asking what is nepotism.
Tends to be frowned upon, and unless you're a monarchist. Anyway,
I suppose I have one last question before we go. Is there anyone at the church in need of healing or resurrection?
We have a few members who could use limb restoration.
nice.
Are they here?
Yes. They should be
Alright.
in the upstairs library. He's going to take you up there.
I'll go visit them all and cast regeneration on all of them.
A lot of them are members of a church who are very, very grateful.
I'll thank them all for their service.
God, I could not have a church.
I just after like Shane like walks away, I'll just be like, he'll be back for that later.
What?
Fuzzy starts chuckling. Oh boy. Out of curiosity, are mab churches popular outside of Feywild?
No,
There's only a handful.
probably the biggest one in Annex is the one that I planted.
That is amusing.
And it grew into an abomination.
Yeah, did it?
Oh, did you just plant it and didn't work on it?
I was told to. I was told to just plant it and leave it.
Oh yeah, that's fucked.
Well, that is the Zathix style.
Like I've checked on it when we've had time.
By the way, James, are they still keeping the blood archives in the church?
Of the members, yeah.
Is there anyone in the city that needs resurrecting?
The blood archives are not kept in these ones. They are shipped back to the one in Haven. Sorry, not in Haven, in the capital of South Frost.
So when I'm back in South Frost, I can get to that. Okay.
Yeah, we do that.
Now I'm not so good about the healing part of things. Do you need anything that needs deconstruction?
They hand you a small golden box. It's about 12 inches by about 4 inches by 8 inches.
And you just need this to not exist anymore?
Inside of it is meant to be a creature. We've been trying to free it for a while.
What kind of creature?
We are unsure, but we have a couple theories.
Do you
How
know
dangerous
if it's resistant to bludgeoning damage?
You want me to knock that?
Give it a go.
Does it have any
Okay.
discernible lock?
Nope. There are engravings all over it, though, not inscriptions of any words, but like a maze-like pattern around it.
Hold on, whisper a secret to it.
Just for funsies, just for looking at it and playing with it, I'm gonna just like trace a finger around in through the maze a little, see if it reacts at all.
Alright, nothing seems to happen. You do find that it's one continuous line, though.
I bring up my vecna box. How similar?
It's actually
Yo,
quite
what
similar.
now?
Same sort of engravings. Different materials and shape.
Oh look, now I have 2 boxes.
I go up and I whisper to the golden box. I actually wouldn't have stabbed Baldy if he tried to take my cake. It's a secret.
Nothing happened.
Nothing happened. Okay, it doesn't take secrets to open.
Has anyone tried the brute force method so far?
We've tried dropping it from 1,000 feet high.
James, I'd like to cast Knock.
At what level?
Nymph.
You hear a snapping sound.
I hope it didn't just kill that.
One of the 8
It's your
sections has
mind.
opened.
One of the 8 sections?
Yep.
I'd like to cast it at 8th level now.
Nothing happens.
Oh, motherfucker, it's gonna take a while.
What about the different schools of magic? Ah?
Oh, let's just try another 9th
Just
one
meteor
and see if it works.
Shay, do you have Knock or should I do it again?
At the moment, I'm a little arcane
There's no-
challenged.
yeah. James, I cast Knock at 9th level again.
Alright.
Anything?
Yep. Another section
Another?
unlocks.
Right, I'm gonna need a few hours to do this.
Well, we'll.
Otherwise, I'm just gonna burn
This-
myself out.
This box, is it? Where did you get it exactly?
From one of the temples.
Uh-huh.
It was in the treasury.
Is there any? And no, there's no information on just the creature. We don't know what creature. Okay.
Unlock 7 of the 8. Don't get the 8th one.
What I want to know. I want to know is somebody expecting us to open the box and give it to them?
Nope, it's out.
Something? Right.
Hey, what's there?
I'm just thinking, should we just grab it? Because seems like in a couple of days we'll be able to get it open, but we're not staying here.
Yeah.
Alright, here you go. They hand it to you, Shed.
Oh, thank you. We'll let you know what was in it.
Alright.
And if if the creature is friendly, we'll make sure they know that you this church branch helped free them. And if it's
That
not friendly,
reminds
it's
me.
pretty lucky we're not opening it here. What does it remind you of?
Do you reckon the doctor would mind taking us to Haven after we're done here?
I mean, after we're done, I hope he takes us to our ship so we can go wherever we need.
Okay, yeah. Just
We'll-
a thought.
We'll just have to see. Anyway,
Yeah,
let's go
yeah.
see Molly.
Yeah. And are we going? Nah, let's go. Sorry, I'm just. Oh, it's so weird.
Anyway, my vecna box.
Your what?
It's my vecna box.
Is there a narrow or single eye?
Well, it's
It was a present.
yeah, it was
From
it
whom?
was from Vecna.
Don't we all love a Vecna box?
Yeah.
Let it go, Assyria. Let it go.
To be fair, Vulpus, we thought that you were in a vecna box when we opened it, so.
I was just thinking the same thing.
Wait, hold on. I forgot about that. That bitch. Tempest wrote in my butt.
Well, technically he also
Technically,
wrote
it
on
was
his own
his
butt.
butt at the time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Asshat.
I was dying laughing when you guys thought it was Vecna.
That's so
mean,
funny.
I mean, who else were we supposed to expect?
I know,
Like,
it just didn't occur to me that you guys would think it was Vecna.
Anything goes wrong, it's Vecna.
Yep.
Okay.
Vulpus, you got a big secret that you don't want to remember anymore?
Vulpus freezes at that.
We're having this conversation as we're walking to see Marley, by the way.
Alright. Get to the capital gate. The gates are currently shut.
And knock on the door.
The guard opens the gate. Hello.
Hello. We'd like to have an audience with Marley.
Yep.
Is this in regards to the recent law?
Yeah.
She is not currently taking any conversations.
How come?
After the first murder attempt,
Well, I solemnly swear we're not here to murder Marley.
Solemnly swear, we're definitely not up to no good.
Ha!
And
I understood that
you
reference.
can...
have
Do
you
you
guys
know
seen
who
me
I
somewhere
am?
before?
Yeah, you probably have.
This is Shade in charge of the, what is it, Church of the Ages?
Hmm?
Yeah, that guy.
That's me.
Why
Are
do
you
I
a
keep
religious
attaching
leader?
myself to celebrities?
Hmm?
Yeah. Yep, definitely somebody a cleric would want to see.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, come on in. Are these all with you?
Let's go.
Yeah.
Can I see your holy symbol first? Just to confirm?
I point on my shield.
They look it over, and then they let you through.
You know, this is the second time I end up attached to a weird, powerful celestial religious leader.
Sorry,
This isn't a lot, but
James.
it's weird that it happened twice.
James, is it Molly
Not
or
that
Marley?
powerful.
Marley.
I'm only like a little bit powerful.
Fulpa just looking at themselves, all like they kind of like stare down at themselves as they walk. They have been doing that for a while.
Saddle up. You doing all right?
Yeah, just weird, you know.
But to have your body back, or to have your body back and also like several personalities integrated?
Yeah, like it's just I am not more than one person. I'm not like multiple people, but I'm also like what I don't know, I'm not any of them individually, but I'm also not like the group of them. I'm myself. But myself is the collective of them? And it feels really weird to exist.
I believe it's something like having facets to your personality.
Was that a dig at me? If so, that was a very competent one.
We'll get you there.
Get me away, I'm perfect as I am.
There's 11.
It's just complicated. Ooh. Hey, Ivy. Out of curiosity,
Uh-huh.
how old are you?
Well, with all the time jumps, it's really hard to keep track, but I think technically it's like what, 50s now?
Huh.
It's a lot higher than when we started this little adventure together, Jade. Yep.
Well, that sure is something.
And
Hey, Shade.
Yeah.
How old am I?
Too hard to say. I guess you got here, I don't know, few years before me. 10, 15. That's the best I can do for you.
Right, I'm 15 years old. That sounds weird, but okay.
I didn't say you were 15. I said you
I
got
know,
here.
I know.
Right. Anyway,
It's just complicated. Whatever.
shall we?
time
let's
in
go.
the Feywild will do that to you.
Yeah, well, try having different people of different ages in your head.
Try not making multiple copies of yourself.
I tried that. Being successful thus far.
Alright, you're led into a room, and you can see someone bouncing a crystal off a wall. She looks to be a half-elf, probably in her mid-20s. It's a little difficult to tell with.
Those bounce? Damn.
Hello, are you
Greetings.
Lady Molly?
Where do I know you from?
I'm Shade.
Nice to meet you. Church of
Church of Aegis.
Yeah,
It's nice to meet you, Shade.
that's the one.
My name is Marley.
Pleasure to
Marley
meet you.
Good Jägerhund.
Oh, Warren.
I've had the pleasure of meeting your grandfather
Yep.
back in the day.
Oh, I see. Good for you.
Well, it didn't actually turn out that good.
Sorry to hear that.
But that's another story. Oh, some
Talking like
bags
an
of
old
holding
man.
involved.
Are those Fae?
Yep.
Hi.
Ivy, do you have your symbol of Mab out?
I would not. After hearing how religious this person is, nope.
Alright. Well, welcome. Come take a seat.
I sit on Baldy's shoulder.
Well, thank you
I too. She's okay now.
for granting us the audience, Molly. We are trying to get, say, the lay of the land on opinions of the regional lords about the recent law that's been passed.
I see.
Yes, after the protest, we thought it good to check for opinions and
And I assume you want to know why I voted in favor?
Well, we don't really know who voted vote, but yes.
I've been fairly honest about my vote. I voted in favor.
Did you not think that there is a better solution to the
That is not the problem that I am
situation?
trying to solve.
What is the problem?
I'm not at liberty to elaborate further. I apologize deeply. I do not mean to disrespect you or your religion. I'm not saying that you do not deserve the knowledge, I'm just saying I am not at liberty to discuss.
I see.
Are you at liberty to discuss under whose orders you're not allowed to discuss that information?
My own.
Because you agreed to a magical deal?
No.
Oh?
I am not bewitched or compelled by any individual, any religion, or any magical item to prevent me from speaking. I am making the active choice myself to not do so in reverence of my goals.
Which you do not wish to share.
Which I am choosing not to, yes. I am aware, as citizens of this nation, you deserve to know, but it is not within my ability to inform you currently. Not if I am to serve my people to the best of my ability.
Alright, in that case, would like to ask you if you have any plans of alleviating this burden that is being set upon the female population of your region.
I do not.
Allow me to specify. While you may not have any intention of alleviating the requirements of pregnancy and childbirth, do you have any plans to alleviate any of the forced labor for any of those females who choose not to have a child?
No, I do not. I myself fully intend to bear a child. And that's as an example for everyone else. I understand there'll be those who choose not to. And that is their choice. They will not be killed for it. They will not be imprisoned for it for an indefinite period of time. They will serve out their time, and then they will return to their lives. We all have a duty to this nation, and I plan to serve it.
Got a strong sense of nationalism.
If I was to vote against this law, then my opinion would be different. But I voted for it, which means I should not be exempt from this. As someone who voted for it, I need to lead by example, even if I would rather not. I owe it to my people.
Well, that is at least consistent. I can appreciate that.
So you wouldn't mind, for the women who don't get pregnant, they're not gonna, be harshly sentenced, like
No one's getting
to
sentenced.
prison, whatever. It's literally flavor text, and you know it.
If I may clarify our concerns, Lady Marley.
Speak freely.
We have, and I in particular, have heard specific mentions of how the system of punishment in Anexelia has been cruel in the past. we were hoping you would confirm your intention to at least ensure that the people who do end up having to serve time must do that fairly. And will do that under positive conditions, or at least acceptable ones.
I will treat them as I would treat any prisoner. And I would treat any prisoner as I would want to be treated as a prisoner.
Hmm.
The labor that they will be given will be no harsher than what we would pay someone to work. It is a debt to society that will be repaid. It's not something that is going to be drained from them.
You mentioned prisoners, yet these people are not criminals.
They are not, but we will be using similar facilities for it. In fact, we have cleared out several prisons specifically for just the housing of them. That does not mean that they are going to be punished post-fact, and it's not... We are not calling them prisoners because that is not what they are.
Yes, that was the concern. You just called them prisoners. Would you be
We've
amenable
yet to really come up with a term for them at this stage.
Would you be okay if some members of my church who may wish to somehow assist or lessen the burden on these women to contribute to improving the conditions in these work barracks?
I would personally prefer if you were dedicating these resources to people who are actually getting paid for their job and who have chosen to contribute through the intention of the law. But if it's conditional on this only, then yes, we would accept such aid.
I give Shade a look.
Thank you. What?
Just kind of expecting what you were gonna say next.
Nothing. Well, Lady, it's just perhaps to clarify, our concern is with the fact that not the way the law is stated, it is not reasonable to expect all women to bear a child within a year. Hence, some of them will be forced or will have to take up this work regardless of whether they want to help the nation in the correct way or not. Some of them will not have a choice.
Sorry, what did you say?
They said you're quite right in that regard. There are some who are just not physically capable of it. They are too old. Or there are other factors that... Well, it starts at 16 years.
Yeah. I don't know about you, but at 16, that was
Oh
prime
boy.
time for a kid. But
Well, it is those people that I'm more concerned about.
Very well. For those people, we would gladly accept this aid. Though are you sure your church will have the resources for supplying such aid? Just for our region alone, it would cost Probably in the neighborhood of 600,000 gold.
That's something we can manage.
Very well.
So, just so we know, because we haven't actually, you're the first one we've talked to, of the region lords, but who voted what?
It was almost unanimous vote. There was, well, not technically unanimous. Where is their vote? So, our votes are cast privately, so we do not know who voted for what. However, there is one member, well, one person in the room who does get to know who votes for what. They're the vote taker. We basically tell them our vote, and then we leave a room, and the next person goes in and tells them their vote.
You said you were fairly open with how you voted. Is anyone else come out and said how they voted?
Yeah. There was the individual in charge of the Rising Frost. They are the region lord for Rising Frost and South Frost. They were very vocal about their opposition.
Is that the only other one?
There is also the region lord of Zani. They were quite outspoken, well, in regards to they think that this is the only course of action. Now, I don't personally agree with that. There are other things that we could have done. But this is the solution I decided was best for us to vote for. Zani, they're a region quite full of extremists. We try to keep them to themselves.
All right. Well, do you have any guesses on anyone else? Just, you get the sense from anyone else?
Um, yeah.
Are you willing to share?
This is not something that I know for a fact, but I have reasonable suspicion of this. What is their name? It is believed that Millie voted in favor of it.
Mm-hmm.
She is the Region Lord of the Northern Forest. Then in... Then there was the unofficial vote of Noah. They are not a represented region, but they are a voted party. They voted in favor of it, but at the financial bribe... Well, I believe they voted in favor of it, because there was an open financial bribe from Zani.
Ah,
I presume they don't have to enforce that, do they?
so did you benefit from that too?
I think so. She was very vocal about making the right decision. Well, right.
Not necessarily. There could have been other reasons why she thinks it's the right decision.
I did accept financial compensation for it, but that is not the
Okay.
reason that I accepted in the first place. It was in addition to, not because of.
I mean, well, you were gonna do it anyway. Why not benefit, right?
I suppose.
And when you say it's an open bribe, what does that mean?
It means at the discussion table where we were all talking about it beforehand, it was openly offered. I believe their words were along the lines of, any party that accepts this would receive, and then they laid out their conditions.
And what? Just so that I know, where does this money go?
I cannot tell you about where I've invested this money.
However, it is not personal money. It is
Yeah, okay.
I've invested
money,
it
right?
for my people. I cannot
And then,
say the same for others.
She's not
Oh?
lying, right?
She is not lying.
Very well.
I apologize for the frustration.
Well,
No,
I
this is
think
informative.
that I'm out of questions. Anybody else have anything?
Yeah. How do you become a cleric of 5 different churches?
She smiles and then looks away. Oh, that's quite the story. Do you have time for me to get into it?
You know, maybe at some point I would love to hear about it, but I think we have more dates with other regional lords. So, but if
Very
you're
well, I
willing
will
to
not
tell
hold
me
you
at
up.
some time, I would love to hear it.
Come back anytime.
Also, I hear the Church of the Ages is recruiting.
I have been considering.
Just don't judge this.
No offense, the only reason that I've held out, it's about your paladin.
What's wrong with my paladins?
Their oath makes them loyal to the nation.
Yes. What is the issue with that?
Corruption. They basically become a dedicated army for whoever's in charge.
What do you think of the political process? Of the potential for elections of whoever is in charge?
For, like, my position?
No.
For whose position, then?
But for the position of emperor.
I'm not convinced that that's actually how that works.
That is what the law states, and hence that is what my paladins are bound to. If that law was not to be that way, they would not be bound to the current ruler, because the nation comes first. And the nation, and that is the law of the nation.
I'd be interested to see how that works out in practice.
Very well.
I do not mean any disrespect by doubting you.
Untaken.
Yeah, what about mob?
What about Mab?
She's pretty great.
Kazuria chuckles.
You gotta make that 8 churches in your region.
Yeah. Actually, like, how many, like, people keep commenting on the fact that we're Fae. Like, how rare are Fae now? Like, did none come back? Or did most of them, like, stay in the Feywild? Like, are we actually all that rare?
It's not necessarily that you're rare. Well, you are rare, but it's also the fact that they don't really like the material plane all that much. So it's unusual to encounter them so often, and especially groups of them.
I'll just go. We will so talk about so much over those drinks when you tell me about, you know, how you became a cleric of 5 different
5
churches.
different churches?
Yeah, huh?
Looking forward to it.
It's a date. And I do finger guns and back out the door.
She does them.
Like, after we get out I'd be like, I was initially not a fan, but that last bit, I don't know.
He just raises his eyebrows at that.
She is one you
Yeah.
owe.
Maybe you should hang out with Zarthix. Might change your mind as well.
Yeah, you know, I was not impressed at all after meeting him the first fucking time.
Oh, okay. Well, who knows? Maybe he's changed a bit. For maybe you
He's
like
really
him more
gotta
now.
work on his social skills, huh?
Ah, right. Back to the tavern.
Yeah, on to the next. I'm sure it'll be just as fruitful.
Yeah, well,
Whee!
fruitful is one way to call it.
Why would it not be?
I'm just
Because of our luck in these types of situations.
Alright. So you get back to the tavern, and it is more of an inn now.
Huh?
The tavern's a bit... kind of looks like an inn.
Okay.
Is it sleepy time?
No. But there's a few patrons in.
neat.
Who's in?
I go up to the doctor and I'm like, is this how you make money?
What do you mean?
You just like park yourself somewhere and then you get patrons to come in and pay for stuff and then you kick them out when you need to and move on?
I'm meant to charge them?
Oh, shit. That's right. You haven't charged us for anything. Never mind.
Money's overrated, just weighs you down.
Yeah, that's right. Let's go to the next lord.
Alright. You look out the windows, and the inn is now somewhere else. He has taken the patrons with him.
Yep. I was just about to say. Well,
Right, where? Off we go.
Well, that sure sounds like a
Where
bunch of
are we
not my
now?
problem.
yeah, where are we now?
He would have taken you to the Rising Frost.
Nice.
Who's the regional lord here? Do we know? Boy, James, I hope you have hero forges for all these bitches.
Yep. Alright. So, it's currently a bit of a blizzard here.
Ah, mistress.
Oh, let's make our way to the town hall.
Ivy
Alright.
makes Vulpus do snow angels.
This place's
Bet.
town hall is quite
Say
heavily
less.
guarded. It is incredibly fortified. There are even white dragons flying around.
Oh my god.
There are there?
Yep.
Yeah, so we go up to the door, knock.
Alright. 4 guards approach. What's your business here?
We'd like an audience with the lord.
And who are you to want an audience?
Name's Shade.
Name's Gregory.
He's the head of the
Gregory.
Church of Aegis.
And what's that?
A church.
They're not in the city. We're not in the city.
Really gotta work on that, buddy.
It's the whole thing.
Yeah, we're definitely here to talk to the region lord about that and several other things. Are they not available for an audience?
Well, I'm not just going to stop and talk to anyone.
Why not?
They've got a job to do.
Well, we're not suggesting they talk to anyone. We're suggesting they talk to us.
Do we get anything for being what is it, knights? How about that?
Well, it depends.
Oh yeah, we are
Are you
that.
going to be nice? They hold out their hands and gesture for money.
I'll pluck out a feather and put it in one of their hands.
I didn't know you had to pay to have an audience.
Can I roll a praise on that?
Yep, charisma appraise.
Baldy, that's better than what I was gonna hand them.
I should have something. I can use my. Oh no, I don't remember. Never mind. I'll just roll the charisma praise. 31.
30 gold should be enough.
All right, I'll give him 30 gold.
Right, going through.
Much
Thanks,
appreciated.
Greg.
The guards start dividing up the gold.
We go through.
Alright. Go down a corridor, and at the end are 2 guards.
Do we have to pay you too?
Are you offering to bribe us?
I'm not
The guys in the
offering, I'm
front?
asking.
Well,
Yeah,
if
the guys in the front
you're asking,
made us pay.
How much did you give
So-
the guys at the front?
Why?
25.
100 gold.
How much?
25.
We'll take
25.
50.
Well, we already gave them the money, so you gotta split it up with them, man.
That was for there. This is for now.
Ivy, since you have to talk about it, you're paying.
Yeah, sure.
Do you guys also want a feather?
Sure.
Okay, we'll give him a feather.
Alright.
I gave the last guys a feather, so I figured it was only fair.
Do you give them the 50 gold?
I give them 50 gold each. You guys, you look a little terrible. You look like you need it.
Going through.
Are we gonna have to pay more guards?
I'm hoping.
Alright, they open the doors, and you go up some stairs, and you come across 4 guards.
I just look at Baldy and I'm like, you're gonna be fucking plucked clean by the time we're out of here. Can we keep going? Cool.
Just walk off. Walk on ahead.
They're gonna stop you and ask you what your business is.
We're here for an audience
Have
with the
an
regional lord.
audience with the region lord.
Do you have any
We're in the
paper?
company of. We're in the company of head of church.
And who
In
might
the
that
process, shade of the Church of Aegis, known, for example, for having a house in the Illuminara Academy, right, Jade?
Yep.
Named after him.
be? And do you have
Knighted
any
by
proof
Zaphex?
that this is who you are?
I
Okay,
point
show
at my
him
holy
your-
symbol.
And what's that mean?
How common?
That is the
are-
holy symbol of my church.
How common?
Oh, that's
are-
familiar.
What is Shade's race?
Loxodon? They're from the
Yeah, how
Feywild.
come? Okay.
Yeah, probably sure he's the only
so-
one.
Make me a persuasion check, Shay. Sure, we'll let you through.
Thank
You're
you
so
very much.
gracious.
My thanks. You're a credit to your people.
Yeah.
So how many doors are there?
That was the last one. Right. You're led into a... How do you describe that? Almost like a manor. A lifeless manor that doesn't really have any real decoration. There's a few chairs around and there's a business area, but there's nothing really giving it personality. It's just a place of business.
Right.
As the door opens, you hear someone get up, and they begin to approach.
Greetings.
Welcome.
Are you perhaps the regional lord?
Shade, are you an Asimar?
Yep.
Charisma save. You do not like this person at all. Their existence is an offense to you as a being. This whole planet would be a better place if this person was dead.
Is it that bad?
They didn't do much better. They didn't do better at all. Right, what are you?
Name's Shade.
Well, you can all fucking leave.
Uh,
Uh,
not
But I
like
don't
James, do I
wanna.
know about the tiefling Asamar thing? I should, right?
is it just a tiefling Asmar thing?
I think so.
Well, but how come Yali didn't cause that reaction then?
Fuck if I know.
I wasn't an SMR back then.
Ah, right.
Yeah, but Yali was like around us.
Yeah, but I was not an SMR.
Yikes.
Right. Shay, do you mind if we take this one?
Yes, please. I
Yeah, if you
turn.
can wait outside.
I go outside.
Go hang with Greg.
Don't do that. He's gonna extort you.
Ugly beast.
If I
Now,
understand
now.
you're the state, but I would appreciate it if you did not so brazenly insult my friend for his appearance.
It's not just his appearance. He's an
In,
abomination.
any,
Well,
in any regard, they cut in, kind of expecting Ivy to blow something up. That the beast you spoke of was named Shade, head of the Aegis Church.
And
I
should
myself,
I should
not
work
quite.
to get
I'm
that
just
church blacklisted.
I'm just introducing ourselves.
He
Thank you
walks
very
over to a
much.
table and writes something down.
Please
Oh,
do not do that. They do very good work, and I
Wha-
do not
wha-
believe you should blacklist them just for association.
You saw that abomination, did you not?
Well, everything has its ups and downs. Doesn't you shouldn't condemn an entire group just for one individual. The church does good work.
listen. What
Then they
happens
can
on
join
the
another.
demiplane stays
I'm
on
not
the
going to
demiplane.
stand for people worshipping that monstrosity.
Can we?
In any regard, I would appreciate it if you did not do that. We were hoping to have an audience with you about the recent law.
So you just helped yourself an entity here?
Well, we talked to your gods.
Right, out with it.
And then we hear you voted against it.
Yes, I did.
Would you mind telling us why?
What do you mean? Tell you why? It's pretty clear. No one should vote for that.
I agree, but I would like to hear it from you why that is the case so I can know what I'm working with.
Alright. Let me put this in words that you humans might understand.
I'm not a...
Your
Okay.
body, your choice.
Yes! Yes! God, yes!
I go over to Vulpes and I'm just like, okay, the shade shit that's upsetting, but otherwise I'm on board.
I can't make it more clear. The nation should not be deciding how often and when you have children. That
It
is a
is-
sacred, and I do not have a word for how sacred that is.
You agree with me then that it is essentially the state violating people?
It's not just violation, it is disruption of culture. It is destruction of who people are. Being forced to have children, it is
Barbaric?
barbaric. Is that falls short.
Orc-like?
So, so I feel like most of us are all on the same page here with this, but what's your plans for the people who cannot and will not have kids because of this law?
Abomination.
Yeah. I'm watching what I say because there's, white dragons around. Yeah.
I'm sorry, just... Oh my god. Mhm.
Yeah, are the white dragons here as a guard? Or,
Regional defense.
yeah.
I'm hoping they work for you.
Only while Zarfix allows it. In the event I step out of line, he'll lay the entire city to waste.
Does he do that often?
Not these days.
So what's your plan for the people who can't and won't have kids? What's the plan?
Our prisons are already overrun. We do not have room for them. So I intend to send them south. Sorry, not south. West of here.
Two?
Likely to Echo's Rest. They will help out and assist all the towns along that path. Then after the year's up, they'll return and continue their lives.
Okay. Well, see, the church was offering aid of some kind to the people who.
You will take nothing from that abomination.
Okay.
I will not have my people tainted by such filth.
You have a lot of visceral for having
Someone
said
you just
like
met?
2 words. Yeah. Is it? I wish I could find out what it is because like I'd offer to fix it if I could.
So you mentioned that Zathix would essentially destroy the city should you step out of line, correct?
Yes. As he would with any city.
Fair. How exactly do you feel about his way of enforcing what he thinks is out of line and what is not?
It is very human.
I presume you do not mean that positively.
Waging war to declare who is strongest and based on that deciding who gets to lead is as human as it gets. Might makes right is the way of humans. It is unfortunate, but your society never seems to learn. It's almost ingrained in each of you. Sure, for a
Is anyone
generation or
here
two,
human?
knowledge like that will pass around. Maybe we shouldn't fight, but after a couple of generations, people are back to killing each other to be leaders.
I look. Does Vulpus look human?
No.
They look elven.
Okay. Hmm.
Also, they have like stupid pale skin, pointed ears, white hair, and wings made out of something that looks like snow or blue energy. I don't remember what it is. I don't think that's very human. And these humans sure looking weird today.
Well,
Now, I as far as I've been aware, there has been no national level election for the position of emperor. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But the laws say that there could be.
Yeah, and there's also no law against pigs raining from the sky. Your point?
Do you have any idea what the quote unquote legal process would be for arranging a national election? Just
Well,
as a hypothetical.
one of us would just need to toss a candidate forward. Then there would be a national vote put forward.
I presume no one's willing to because they die?
Me just dying? That would be getting it light. My understanding is, and Zarfix has never outright said it, if there's an election and if it goes away that he doesn't like, he'll just start over.
Oh?
Genocide.
Oh.
And I'm assuming your personal beliefs do not align in that particular regard.
No.
Hope not.
I value people. And I value lives.
So, we talked with Marley first, and she said that you were one of the vocal no's. Were there any other no's that you know about? Were you the only one that wasn't a fan of the law?
Yes and no. My region was the only one who voted no. There's technically two of us from this region.
Yeah.
Was your counterpart not opposed then?
They were opposed. But they tend to forego their vote and pass it to me. They are Zarfix, to be clear.
Ah.
So what was your understanding of why this bill needed to be passed through?
So there are
'Cause
unfavorable population densities at the moment.
which couldn't be fixed with maybe like making this country a more attractive place to get people to come to.
Of course, that could fix a problem.
But it's not the easy solution, right?
Correct.
And most of your counterparts decided the easy way was the best way, regardless of who it
They
might
want
hurt.
solutions that will happen in their lifetimes.
And why were the population densities deemed unfavorable?
If we look at this overall, there are two major population densities in the winter region. The Rising Frost and South Frost. Neither of those cities can sustain themselves. They don't produce enough food, they don't produce enough materials. The only reason that they are capitals is because Zarthix has deemed it so. They're not in favourable locations for capitals to be. It is simply he wanted capitals here, therefore we must have them here. That makes it quite expensive to upkeep them. We have to ship food. Fortunately, there are nearby regions that have been well endowed in food. We assume it's some sort of mystical or magical alterations to the land. But we've not been able to pinpoint exactly how. Even that said, the amount of food that they produce, it's not enough. It's enough for all the towns, but not the cities. We just burn through too much. So we ship some in. That is basically making us a net debt to this nation.
You're back?
So we can basically write off this entire state as being costly to the nation. But we have one of the largest populations of the nation. Which means everyone else is producing more than enough for themselves to cover our asses.
So in what way would increasing population help solve that problem?
The intent is to have, once they go through the academy at Illuminara, they'll be placed in the desert regions for more terraforming and maintenance and development.
So essentially, it's farming children to create farms.
Well, that's an oversimplification, but it might as well be true. Have children, wait till they grow up, and put them in the farm.
So what was the region that was staunchly for this law?
That is Rubik's, which is the desert region.
No, the one that had the bribe. I'm sorry. I just
that is also the desert region, which is Zani.
So Zarni did it as a was opened the bribe to get more people to come there. Essentially.
Pretty much. People is also influence and resource. The wealthier those states become, the more power they have within a nation. Sure, let's sacrifice a generation to make our state a national superpower. What will they do when 90% of the wealth is in our nation? I guess we're the new capital. Sorry, within our state. I guess we're the new capital.
interesting theory, but Zathex is in charge.
Yes, he is. Until you can afford to pay someone to kill him.
So we talked with Marley, and she gave us a few names and what have you. But do you think everyone else, every other regional lord, just kind of went along with the majority? Nobody else had any no's thrown in there? We know you're the most vocal, no, but was there anyone else that you thought maybe would have said no?
The Celestials vote for whatever gets benefits them the most. I didn't have much to offer them because I'm not in a financial position to offer mine. Honestly, I'm in a rather poor financial position.
Personally or regionally?
Both. I pay myself less than the guard. Just look around my office.
Don't worry, we pay them for you.
My office is barren. All of the nice things that were in here I've had to sell over the years or offer as bribes.
Bribes to whom? And for what?
Leaders of towns for more favourable deals.
Hmm.
I am back.
Well, we are personally not incredibly wealthy, but we can try to offer some sort of aid for the women that are not going to have kids. I cannot give you amounts. I cannot say how much. I don't know. But I guess if you need something, reach out. I get like I don't know. I'm terrible at politics, so
Yes,
That
quite the
explains
same,
why I'm
however.
here and you're there.
You fucking got it. What's your name, by the way?
Kilos. Kilos.
Yes, this is not quite our area, but something had to be done. I'm sure you understand.
We're just trying to see if the regional lords would not harshly
Punish the people who went against this measure. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're adventurers, aren't
Yes.
To some extent.
Yeah, when we don't have a 90-something% tax rate, something like that.
you? And you're opposed to Zarfix and his way of doing things, correct?
Yep, most likely. Well, not. I am not too fond of some of his measures, is the best way to say that.
You're aware that that is almost treason-like speech, correct?
Well, I'm not saying we do anything about it, I'm just. There's a lot of people dying.
Yes, there is. There is a family bloodline that I'd like you to kill. 13 blood members.
Oh.
That was a fucking jump.
Yeah?
What? Why?
I'm gonna need some more details than that.
Yeah, that was a bit of a jump.
Gonna be the good Jägerhunds.
Already?
The Melee family.
Oh, it's not.
Out of curiosity, why?
I am bound by a devil contract with them. Until they are dead, I must remain here as the leader of this region. Once the last living member of their bloodline dies, I am free.
And what will you do then?
Can I insight the fuck out of this guy, please?
I will leave these humans to kill themselves. I will not involve myself any further. Yep, make your insight check.
You do not seem very fond of humans.
He is
That's a
tired of
56.
watching humans make the same mistakes over and over for 50 years. Or in his case, 37,
You know,
38, 39 years.
You know what? Fair enough.
We don't usually sign up for wiping out a bloodline. That's not usually something we go for.
I'll give you one of these, and he holds up a black and red coin with blue inscriptions on it.
Wow. A coin.
A soul
It's-
coin.
Used
I'm
for?
unfamiliar.
Deals with devils.
As a replacement for one soul. The payment for a deal instead of a soul.
Well, that's often one way it's used.
How else could it be used?
Well, it depends on how many souls your soul is worth. And what you're asking for. If what you're
How do you
asking for
tell
is...
how many souls something is worth? Sorry,
That's up to the devil to figure out.
Hmm.
Of course, you can make an educated guess if you're familiar with them. But a devil will always try to go by the book price. A devil who inflates their prices is not worth their soul. But they always
There's
play
a
the
book
cards they're dealt.
price?
Of course there's a book
You
price.
guys have a... You guys have a book with names of people and how much their souls are worth?
Not names of people. How do I put this? You want an apple? That is worth this number.
It's the Kelly Blue Book. So you put in the make, model, and year, and you get an estimation.
You put in a request as a part of the deal, and it'll spit out how many souls.
And this family, they have bound you to this. Why?
The family was cursed by Fae. They could not have children.
Oh, they're in trouble.
Yeah, except they got that deal reversed. Unfortunately, my deal with them was until the end of their bloodline. I thought I was getting out ahead of them. I was wrong.
So what, now they cannot stop having children?
No, they can stop having children whenever they want, it's just not in their interest. They get to be nobles and they don't have to do any of the work. They're literally living off the taxpayers.
That is unfortunate.
And they give me very little resources to work with.
So is this guy like a tiefling, or is he like
The devil, I think.
a devil?
Low-ranking devil. Do you
We're
think
just-
you could
we're
help me
getting-
out?
We'll have to think about it. I don't think we all necessarily are down to just take people out.
It will have to be discussed,
Yeah.
but we can consider it as this situation is indeed unfavorable.
Very well. There will be 1 soul coin per person that you kill for this. Only if they carry the
Understood.
blood that binds me, though.
Yeah, we would need like names and what they look like, maybe, and
Names and
links
locations will
and
be
stuff like
provided.
Right.
that. Okay, we know where to find you.
Yes, you do. And remember, I know what you're planning. So don't go
What
dobbing
are
me
we
in,
planning?
okay?
You know what we're planning? God, that's a fucking relief because we don't even know.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. What spurred me on was. Did you hear about the protests?
Of course, I heard about the protests.
Yes, I saw a woman die there.
I do approve several executions.
It was a bit, let's say, dreary to watch them die for protesting their rights to their own bodies.
Indeed. I had to approve executions just so that the guards would stay in line. They're already not paid enough. If I paid them
Think
any
they would've-
less, or if I didn't stand up for them, they would try and take this place as a whole. I don't know what they would do. They'll probably get everyone killed.
Yeah, quite.
It's a fine line between doing the right thing and doing the right thing.
That is the lesson for this whole day.
Yep. In any case, I do thank you for your time. It is pleasant to know that at least one person has protested this measure.
Alright? Do you guys go
Nice.
outside and meet back up with Shay?
Yep.
Yep.
Alright, you'll meet back up.
Don't worry, Shade. You don't have to give this guy any money.
That's not what I'm worried about. He said he's going to be sending prisoners away.
Yes, that's my concern. I was hoping maybe to come back
That's-
here in the near future and convince him to send them to Haven instead. But that's something I'd have to talk to you.
That
and
is what I
Juliana
wanted
before.
to suggest as well. If we can
But
provide the work, we can get a temporary labor force for a year, and we
Exactly.
can supply them with
should
good
we,
conditions.
I don't know, talk to Juliana before we start
Yes,
sending
Of
that's-
course,
a
but
fuck ton of people?
That's why I didn't say anything about it back in there.
Right.
I think we should
Yeah,
talk to
let's-
Juliana first.
Right. I need to stop by a place here before we leave.
That's understandable. Do you want to go to the other regional lords after this, or was it enough?
I don't
think we
know.
have
Do
a
you?
good. He said that he was the only one who was against it.
I
Everyone
want
else seemed
to
to support
go
it.
see the regional lord of Zanny.
Right.
The one
Let me
about
just-
an extremist mania?
Well,
Yes.
hold on.
Why?
Hold on. The point of going to the regional lords was to, see if they would be willing to not like harshly punish these people, right? That's the whole
Yep.
goal. So
Yes.
we can't just stop after 2. So
Yeah. We do need to talk to all of them eventually.
Right.
I need to.
Go ahead.
No, I mean, going to all of them, so you don't need to explain why you want to go to them, right?
Sure. One of the things that I want to find out when we go to that particular regional lord is why they offered the bribe. Because
I think it's been explained because they're trying to become bigger because people will be sent to their region.
yes, but the lord we just talked to made a comment about becoming wealthy enough to hire individuals to execute Zathix.
Okay.
I want to see if that is part of a plan that is in place.
Okay.
Sure. So do you actually want to hear about this guy, or do you just viscerally hate him too?
I do hate him, but I do need to know what he's up to.
I mean, nothing crazy, but he did offer for us to wipe out an entire bloodline, so...
Why would he want that? Apart from
Apparently,
him
they
being
are the
disgusting.
nobles of this place, but they made a devil deal to make him rule in their place, so they're literally living off of tax money while they do nothing because he's doing all their work. And the moment
What
they die, he's freed from the deal and can leave, which he
what
apparently
did
wants to do
they
forever.
what did they give him in return for ruling here?
I do not quite know, but he is a devil, so.
Well, maybe that's important to know. Like, why? What did he already get out of it?
We can
Well-
return later to get more information.
Yeah, we tabled that because we did not, for as much impulsive assholes as we can be, Shade, we did not agree to just do that without...
I'm not saying you had to agree. I'm just saying you had to ask some
I know,
more
but
questions.
I was beginning to feel concerned that if I acted to invest it, he would assume or try to push us into acting
Right.
as if we had already agreed to a deal. I tried to be ambivalent about it. He was a bit
okay.
shady.
Okay.
I mean,
Well, if we don't have any information on this, then why would we kill them?
I don't think we should kill them. I think we should return here
Great.
later and ask for more information. I just want to tell you that the offer was made.
Okay.
we purposefully tabled it for
Oh
exactly
boy, I'd
this.
like to stop acting like this. Actually, huh? Ugh.
Okay. I just don't know what.
Well,
I
he's
don't
Thank you for
know.
telling me. I
definitely
just can't do anything with the with this. It's like imagine
Knowledge
I
is
came
power.
to you and I said somebody offered me to do a job. I don't know what the job is or why, but you know they
No,
offered it. I
that's
just
the
want you to
thing.
know.
We know what he offered. We know why, and he offered to give us soul coins as payment. Frankly, I don't really
Soul
think it
coins.
matters what he got out of it, because I didn't think we were gonna go for it anyway.
Okay, fair enough.
Neither did I.
Just to
There was a
clarify, none
slight
of you
possibility
are
that
are
you
any of
thought
you
that living off of tax money was horrible, but
exactly. That's what I'm interested in. Well, do you have
I am
details
concerned
on
about
this?
it.
Are
Apparently,
they actually?
they're the
What was
nobles of the area. Yeah,
what was the name? What was the family name?
The
Mali,
Maley
Melee.
family.
Yeah.
All right. 2 stops then. While we're here, Pionos first.
Hmm.
James gonna ask Pionos to get me the rundown on this noble
Fiona's
family.
is in
That's
Saffron.
okay. Right. So we'll. And the blood bank is also in South Frost.
Yep.
Okay, so no stops here. We can go.
All right.
Alright. A couple
So we're
people
just
have
leaving
walked
the
out of a
family?
tavern and are quite confused. It wasn't snowing outside before. In fact, it was quite hot.
You guys probably want to go back in. You're not dressed for the weather.
Honestly, how did you get this done?
Well, I thought I was dressed
to
for the
the
weather this
tavern in
morning.
this weather. Well, you know how the weather is.
One of them follows you back inside while the other's going to go speak to a guard.
Does the guard
Out
immediately
of
start
what?
asking for money?
I'll tell you where you're at for 60 gold.
Do you guys enter the tavern?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Alright. Ready to go?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Alright. You can see that there's a few new patrons in here. As you arrive at the new location.
What's this
Rising
location?
Frost?
Zani.
We're
Oh,
just,
Alright.
we're just committing
God.
kidnapping across the nation.
Is it really kidnapping if they're
No,
patrons?
no. The doctor is committing kidnapping. We are just innocent bystanders.
Well, you know how it is. Doctor's orders.
Exactly.
Let's go to Zanny. Hey, Shade.
Yep.
How you doing?
I'm okay, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Wanna talk about it, buddy?
Mm-mm.
Alright. You look a bit stressed.
I know.
Right. So, Zani. This is quite a remarkable design town. I mean, the buildings are a little bit small for people, but the craftsmanship here is incredible. And atop what appears to be a castle, there is a giant dragon corpse here. Like, it covers the top part of the castle to the point where you can actually see the skeleton looking out over the actual city.
I point to it and I turn to the doctor and I go, "Is that consequences?"
No. Consequences was a blue dragon. I believe that one was green. Once
His
upon a...
name was Green?
No, it was a green dragon.
Is it true that there's a dragon named Hero?
Pretentious bastard, yeah.
Sounds like someone I knew. I miss him.
Holding out for him, huh?
Sorry?
Are you holding out for him?
Holding out?
I'm holding out for a hero.
Oh! Oh, that's old.
Terrible.
Death. Oh man, hadn't really processed it until right now. Oh boy.
I would hold out for a hero, but you know what? I'm up to my ass in dragons and I'm good.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
Weird kink, but okay.
You
Oh,
have
damn it.
no space to speak.
They look around, flexing their wings. I don't know, there's plenty of space here.
Hmm. Mm. Let's go deal with this
Alright.
one.
Alright. And as
Azria
you
looks a bit depressed.
And as you'll start walking towards the building, that is where we shall end the session for this week.
Alright, that was a... Wait, do you guys want me to extend it? Because I can extend it for a bit if you'd like.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want me to?
I wouldn't mind.
James,
Yeah.
I'm gonna burn an extension.
Alright.
Can I just, like, obviously we have to do this because, like, Baldy has questions and stuff. Do we need to, like, go through all the rest of them? Can that just be something we talk about at some point so we don't have to, like,
Do every single one of
sit
them?
and talk with them? Yeah. Like, if it's important that we do that, fine, but, you know, most likely we won't fuck up to the point where, we're gonna, like, cause issues.
I don't
Hopefully.
mind skipping most of them.
Yeah, that would be pleasant. That would be pleasant.
Let's just I don't mind just finishing this one. And
Honestly, I don't think you really need to speak to any others after this one.
okay, well let's just do it and then we'll see what happens.
Alright. Shade? There are
It's me.
no guards here.
Okay.
What are the people like?
By the way, is there a branch of my church here?
Not in Zani, but in Rani.
Oh, so it's okay. Nobody to ask then. Okay. No gods.
Like you said, the town was like nicely constructed, but like, what are the people like as we like make our way to the building?
Fairly short human.
Halflings?
Like not
Not
actually
halflings, just short.
fully humans.
They might be bred with other things. There's pretty much no humans that are 6 feet tall here. In fact, the upper side of things are about 5.5 feet tall.
Oh look,
my
so they're
God.
still taller than I am.
This is the most normal I've felt in a human town in forever.
So Shade and I are sticking out like sore thumbs then.
Oh yeah. The shortest ones are like 4 feet. Maybe even shorter.
Oh my God, I can look them in the eye.
Ivy gets it.
Oh, quickly be right back, grabbing a water.
How tall is Vulpes?
If I'm not mistaken, they are exactly 5 feet.
Oh, I'm shorter than you?
You're the only person shorter than me that I've met in a while.
Well, I do have like 12 siblings, so you know, you come visit us, you'll feel like a giant.
Sorry, what was it?
In
Yeah, no,
real
I
life?
was exactly 1 inch away from 5 feet. I'm 4'11". That was what Mab did.
In real
Bastard.
life, I'm 5'2", so
I forgot how to do inches.
Just give it to us in metric and I'll convert for
163. 163 centimeters.
5'4".
Ha!
fun size. Yeah.
I am incredibly tall.
I'm tall compared to some of the women in my family. That's for damn sure.
I cannot say the same. My aunt and my grandmothers, both of them, were both like considerably taller than I am. I think
Both
my genes just hate me. My father's 180.
both my grandmothers and like cousins and aunt and stuff like that, like all on my mom's side of the family, they're all close or shorter to my like
Oh, look
height.
at that. Generational improvement.
Yeah, my mom is 5'4", and
Alright, I'm
they
back.
are the tallest.
Issue is that I'm like not super underweight, but I'm like 15, 17 kilos underweight, so I'm not sure how much that fucked my growth.
Well, so the building we get to.
Yep. It is marvelously crafted. +4 quality with every brick. It is
Wow.
also designed for dwarves like the rest of the city.
Yeah, I was just about to say, do they give dwarf vibes?
And I even fit.
Well, yes, but not comfortably. Like, Shade, you're almost walking around on your knees.
We represent the lollipop gal.
Hey Shay, do you want to be polymorphed?
Not necessarily.
Okay, just say the word, buddy.
I want to test this out, Baldy. You're getting polymorphed. Come here.
Please
Why?
don't.
Run.
Please don't like scream to everyone that we have magic when we
Yeah, I
don't
know.
need to.
There's no guards. There's no one around.
Yes,
There's
and we're
people
walking
around, just
into
no
the
guards.
Region Lord's chamber with somebody polymorphed. Great idea.
What are they going to do? Bite our ankles?
Going to know that we have magic. That's what they're going to do.
And then what? Call the guards? I'm sorry, I just can't seem to stop. Oh boy. Take a lot, yeah, that's under control.
All right, fine. And then I get on Baldy's shoulder while he like tries to get into the building,
Alright.
just to be
Well, I
an
am great and
asshole.
powerful. Let's go.
I don't understand why I'm the designated jungle gym, but apparently I am.
I'm sorry, has this been a new development for you?
Vulpes joining in is new.
I just
Yeah,
kind
well,
of wanted to know what it was like, you know?
it's fun. It's so much fun.
Just kind of curiosity, you know?
Alright.
New experiences. But I will jump off once we get there.
Can I get an intelligence save from all of you as you enter?
Oh boy. That is inconvenient. I am terrified of saving throws. Dice, can you please?
Whatever added on for Shane, because we're like
It's
all
only
connected.
your thing now. Only
Yeah, I'm
your
gonna take the-
proficiency again.
I'm
Right,
gonna
get
take
that in there.
35.
Okay, who beat DC 30?
No,
I got a 45.
No.
Actually, it's plus proficiency, right? I got a
Yep.
51.
Yeah. Shade beat it.
Ivy and Boulder, you sort of enter an autopilot. You're making your way up the stairs. Volpus,
Ivy?
Shade, you two notice that Ivy and Balderin are on autopilot, and you felt something brush against your mind.
Poor bastard. Think I'm gonna have to get someone out of there again?
Oh, speaking of getting out of Vulpus, do you know the doctor
Yes?
said that the mind flayer wasn't in your head anymore?
No,
you know
I got
where it
him out.
is? Oh, he's still locked in the crypt.
Yeah,
Oh
that's
damn!
why I wanted to go back to Haven.
Oh, I'll send word. I'll cast sending to somebody in Haven. Tell them to unlock the mind flayer.
Just remember to subtle spell it.
hmm
And yeah, let's follow our two friends because I'm worried about Ivy and Baldy.
Alright. You two make your way up the stairs. Do you guys just follow them?
Yep.
Alright. You're
I will roll perception though. Vulpus is very attentive to make sure they know what's going on.
You're out at the top of the stairs. And there's a stone door that opens up into a small throne room.
Alright.
You both sort of walk in and just sit down in the chairs. There has been 4 chairs provided, and there is this individual.
This individual's my favorite individual. We can't see his face, huh?
Correct.
Cool.
You can
Major
sense life from
SEO
him.
vibe.
I can sense what?
You can sense life from it.
Life, okay. Yeah.
And across the room to the side, you see this. Sorry, it just takes a moment to export.
I know. Don't worry about it.
Uh,
I do believe it is.
In each of your heads, you hear, "Who has come before me?"
Don't we have mind blank?
Normally we would, but right now I don't think we do. Well, at least... actually, we would have mind blank at
Yeah, we
least.
would have mind
Yeah.
blank.
Shade would
Yeah.
have mind blank. The rest of you wouldn't.
Shade would.
I would. I always apply mind blank and ask Shade to.
Except
You
it
had
was
to do
taken
the-
down
You
when the
removed
doctor did say.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Vulpes can reapply mind blank.
Yeah, which I do. You said a bit before that you assumed people were always under those effects unless otherwise stated. I had time to reapply it when I woke up, so I didn't worry about it.
I assume you cast those spells daily, and that you apply your buffs normally, yes. I do not believe that you've had an opportunity to actually go through and apply a buff. But I'll...
Right, then I. Alright. Thank you. Just don't put it in, otherwise I'm gonna have to set a little thingy to remind me of that. Actually, I'm gonna do it anyway.
Okay,
They asked
so
who has
Shade
come before.
and Volpus would not hear this, but the rest of you would, as Ivy and Baldurin snap out of... Sorry, I read your name and I tried to speak at the same time. Snap out of the trance.
oh. Hello.
Why are you here?
We are here to discuss some things about the new law that was passed. We're meeting with each regional lord.
Why?
Our main goal is to try and figure out each lord's position on how they are going to enforce the labor requirements for those people who choose not to have children.
Why
And
are
see if we
those
can
two warded?
Cautions, but we don't.
You can't
don't
hear
know
that.
Yeah, sorry. Kind of
They're
instinct.
both quite cautious about their minds.
Ask your question.
So is it only speaking to us in our head?
Yep.
And are we replying back out loud?
If that's how you want to reply.
Yes.
Then yep, you're replying out loud.
Do love half conversations.
You know, if you want to include them in the conversation, You can.
What are your questions?
What is your plan for the women who don't decide to have kids or who can't have kids because of the new law?
The ones who cannot have kids will not be made to have kids and will not be punished. Those who can will have kids.
So nobody, not a single woman in your region is gonna say no to having a child.
Correct.
How do you guarantee that?
I do not believe I am compelled to answer that question.
James, as I'm hearing this, this stinks a lot of our mind flare situation we had in the little halfling village.
Huh? Yeah.
Yep.
I was gonna
Do
say this.
you remember, Shade, that you're only hearing half of the conversation though?
Yes, but still, because the questions that are being asked.
Yeah, I'm purposefully saying my bit out loud.
Yeah, I'm assuming that has something to do with our friend in the corner there.
You can assume so.
So you've got your population under some kind of trance that is not allowing them to make those decisions for themselves.
Our population is free to make whatever decisions they see fit.
As long as they align with what you want, right?
I think it's time for you to leave.
What's your name, by the way?
Harold.
Can I insight that? Is he lying?
Roll your insight.
Okay.
Is that another nut? What?
Yes, it is!
It's less that he's lying, and it's a title that he chooses to go by.
Okay.
It's not his name, but it is what he goes by.
Out of curiosity, James, does he look anything like our mind flayer?
Maybe a different subrace.
Now, it has been made pretty clear that you voted in favor of this new law.
Yes.
And even encouraged others to do so as well.
As I said before, I believe it is time that you leave. I will not ask a third time.
Yeah, sure, whatever you say, Harold. Turn around and start walking it out.
Did they ask for us to leave, or?
Now, are you asking
Yeah.
all of us to leave, or just my companion here, who was
He
less than
gestures for you all
polite?
to leave. With a flick of his
Which one? The main one or the mind flare?
Harold, not the mind flayer.
I sense life from both of them, right?
Yep.
Is there any way I can tell which one is in control right now?
That'd be psionic.
Which I definitely don't have anymore. So how do we go about this? Okay, let's leave for now.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, and I'd like let's go find like an alleyway or something, and then once to greater restoration, a person.
So you grab onto someone?
Yeah.
There's just an elephant that pops
Random
out and
person,
snatches
or-
someone.
I mean, somewhere. I don't want it to be like in the middle of the busiest street, but yeah, essentially some person that looks like a commoner.
Okay, any criteria for them, or just completely random?
If I detect magic, can I see who is being controlled or not?
No.
Okay. Random.
Alright. And odd or even. You grab a 16-year-old girl.
Fair enough. I mean,
And
what
she
stage of consent in an exalia?
Vulpes keeps their
After?
distance.
Or during or before?
After you grab them.
What do you mean, like after I grab them? I'm just casting a spell at them, yeah?
Okay. How tall are you?
Don't have to grab them. 7 foot
Okay.
or whatever.
They are 4.5 feet tall.
Well, I'm not like grab them and try to restrain them or
What are you
whatever. I'm
wearing?
just my probably my shit.
Okay, so this 7-foot tall elephant person cast
Okay.
a spell and grabbed onto them in full plate armor.
Hold on.
All right.
With three
Can I do it?
companions.
Can I
She's
do
a
it?
16-year-old girl.
Can I just go up and be like, hi, my name is Ivy, what's your name? And then like cast the Greater Restoration while I reach out my hand to like shake her hand. Can we do that instead?
For 5 inspiration.
I have to undo figure that.
James,
I burned mine for today.
I have no doubt that you can de-escalate the situation, Shade, but they're
I'm
shitting
just-
themselves to start.
Hey. All right. Have you heard of the Umbrella Ages? The church. Look at my shield.
Make me a persuasion check.
Shade pulling rank. Oh boy.
No, I'm not pulling a rank. I'm just showing that I'm just showing who I'm aligned to.
The church is kidnapping you. Shh.
I'm the Pope.
I'm not gonna tell her I'm Shade, for God's sake.
That you've heard of it, then a 30 is a success.
Hey, we just mean to help. You have nothing to fear.
They stop screaming. Sorry,
Azirius face palms.
you just caught me off guard.
No, sorry. It's my bad. I should have started with this. Are you feeling okay?
Head's a little woozy, but
Have I got the spell off yet or not?
yep, you've cast your Greater Restoration.
A little woozy, you say? And was it woozy before?
No.
Oh, okay. Do you remember where you were going and what you were doing?
Yeah, I was going to go help Mum.
That's nice. Nice of you to help your mother. So, everyone should do that.
I mean,
And, are you planning to follow through with the law and have a child?
Yeah.
Do you want to?
he's not offering, he's just checking.
Not really, I guess.
Hmm.
That's weird.
Did you want to
No?
yesterday?
Yeah. Well, not necessarily wanted to, but I just was gonna happen. You know?
I see. Yeah, I understand. Well, that's is everyone in your family healthy? Does anyone need any healing? Maybe something I can do for you before we go.
She pukes up.
Oh,
I'm gonna prestidigitate the puke away.
is she pregnant?
No.
Can I tell?
You feel something alive in the puke, and then it dies.
Was it a mind flayer tadpole?
Mind flare parasite. Yeah.
Oh no. Shade,
We've
we're
got
in trouble.
We've got a problem. Quick, we got to get to the doctor. Come with us.
What?
That was a tadpole.
You.
You were in grave danger, young lady. Holy shit.
There is our
Let's
friend.
run.
He's even more skilled healer than me. We should consult him.
Let's run. Let's run. Let's leave fast now. And I pulled him along.
Okay, you're dragging them along.
I pulled Shade along, mind you. Shade and Ivy. If they leave the child, they're not step to them. I'm not gonna touch the child.
Ivy, the child, is looking at you, just utterly stunned at the situation, and kinda terrified.
You're gonna be fine, maybe.
I don't exactly know what's going on, but I promise we'll get you back home as fast as we can. So if you want to come with us, it's up to you, but I'm from the urgency. I think it's really important to go.
Yep, up to you. I'm not forcing you. You have every choice to say no. We should go now.
Mm-hmm.
All
Now.
right.
James, typically
hold my
I
hand
always
out.
felt only one life sign, and I only felt the second one after it was thrown up.
Yes.
Okay, so I don't feel like two when they're inside someone.
Correct. The person's life sign is just far too strong to distinguish it.
Okay.
Shade,
I hold my hand out to the girl, so
Well,
see if
one
she
thing
takes
I think is that the doctor might actually be inclined to help us on this.
Yes, but we have a mind flayer and control facility. You know they're aware of basically everything. They're coming for us right now. Run.
I know. That's why I said we hurry.
James, do get there.
Yep.
Go in.
Did she come with or not?
Well, she's currently being carried.
Ah.
Yeah. Doctor, the mind flayers have infested the city.
Oh.
This girl had a
A tadpole.
tadpole. They're like controlling everyone.
Well, that's disgusting.
If I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken, having a tadpole inside you means eventually you die and they're born, right?
Not exact. Where was the tadpole
No?
located?
She
They
puked it
threw
out of
them
her
up.
stomach.
I
So they were a carrier.
Meaning?
Well, if if you're infected with it, it's usually gone in through your ear, your eye, your nose, maybe even your mouth. But if you've swallowed it and it's in your stomach, or if it's in your chest cavity, then you're a carrier. You'll pass it on to whatever area you, well, live in, I suppose, or travel to. It can live inside your body for weeks. But you are not the desired host for it.
So when this area forces all of these women to have children,
And they're carriers.
and they're all carriers,
That could entirely possibly be the goal for it.
will
Shit.
would you help us stop it now? Would you be comfortable taking action?
What action would you want me to take?
I don't know, maybe we'd go kill these mind flayers.
And if they tell all the tadpoles to crawl into the brains of their hosts?
Well,
That is a
how do
problem.
we prevent that then?
We could individually restore them.
We could. But, well, would we be able to do that and remain undetected?
It depends. At the moment, if they're only carrying them in their stomachs or their body, then they're not... The Mind Flayer doesn't have a live uplink of what's happening. Or Mind Flayers. There's too many people here for just one. We'd probably be looking at hundreds.
Ugh.
James, how does the girl look, Lista, hearing all this?
Traumatized. They don't know what a Mind
Can you-
Flayer is, but it's not good.
I'm gonna ask the doctor to give her something to drink, a glass of water. And I'm gonna go sit with her at a
He
healthy
gives her a
distance.
glass of milk.
Glass of water with a lot of vodka in it.
I get her the glass of milk and I get her to sit at a healthy distance.
Okay.
Uh,
I wasn't able to distinguish between people with and without these parasites. How would we target the right ones and only the ones that have it in their stomach?
Some sort of advanced divination would be useful. Alternatively, Baldwin could punch everyone in the stomach until they threw up.
That is a plan.
The
something
problem with
to
that is
turn
I
to the
feel like I have the feeling he would just punch them to death instead.
That is likely.
No. I'd hold back.
Yeah, but holding back for you.
Is there a Deus church in this town? Oh, I guess not. They don't really
No, they
have.
don't go this far south.
Is there any church in this town?
Yes.
Which one?
Let
Church
me
of Mind Flayers! Okay, now.
Quickly check.
When Lily was doing her thing for Mab, where was she?
Zani. Which is where you are.
She was here.
Yep.
Can I send a sending to Lily?
Yep.
And just ask, when she was here, was Harold in charge?
I would guess Harold is being controlled as well.
I'm just...
This area is vecna.
What does that mean?
Can I get a religion check from everyone?
Ah, yes, Volpus'
Volpus,
main
you've got
area of
disadvantage.
interest. Yeah, that's what I thought.
It's alright, I might as well have disadvantage.
21 and 34.
No point me.
Right,
Taking
none of
the
you are
20.
familiar with this god.
Okay.
You can see that the statue outside of their church, though, is a hole in their chest. It doesn't go all the way through, it goes about 5-6 inches deep.
Just, like, Mind Flayer-esque?
No.
Does the doctor have any good suggestions on how to proceed? This is like really like screwed up.
His first suggestion is to understand exactly how far this infestation is spread. Is it just Zani, or is it Rani, Sylphie, Suncrest as well? Because if it's all of them, then you've got to approach it differently.
Yeah, okay. Let's start with that, I suppose.
Before that, you have
can
to
I
let
can I sending? Actually, can I sending a cleric and Rani? No, I
before
can't.
we leave, let's please not kidnap the girl and offer to restore her family at least.
I don't know if that's the best idea.
Well, do you want to just leave her here? What do we do?
Not sure.
Am I gonna die?
No, you're
You'll
fine.
be okay.
You've been healed.
But if everyone
James,
else is infected?
can I try to explain more or less what's going on to her? Like, do you want me to do that to you, or just...
You can explain, but that just makes her even more concerned.
Well,
We-
she should be concerned, but she's not concerned for her life. She's gonna be fine. She puked the thing out.
Unless she gets in trouble for having puked it out.
Well, it's better. Yeah,
I
that's
think
fine.
maybe it is good for her to stay with us.
Yeah, but her family. She has a
protection.
family. I want her to be safe because we just took her off the street, but... Can we really ask someone to abandon their family? I don't know.
Do you really have a choice now?
No, we gotta take her.
Azirius sighs.
Leaving her here could mean that they just find out about us. Right now, she's just missing. We'll return her to her family when everyone is safe.
Question: what happens to a carrier if they don't find someone else to pass it on in that time, in that amount of weeks?
There's no fixed time for it.
They could live indefinitely,
Yeah, it would just feed off the body's nutrient.
and eventually could just decide to crawl up to the brain, couldn't it?
Yep. Usually it's got to be probed to that.
Let me see.
But in theory, it could live in their body for decades, slowly feeding off their sustenance. Could even result in them being shorter.
Which this entire city is. Yeah.
Been going on for a while, perhaps.
This is a long plan. I presume that it is more likely that they consume these from the water supply, right?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
It is most likely that these people were infected through the water supply.
You can make that assumption. But
It would be hard to get it on their stomachs by other means.
well, a mind flayer could just walk up to a peasant, tell the peasant to stand still and open their mouth, and then place a tadpole in their
Yeah,
mouth.
but for an entire city.
Over a decade?
Maybe, yeah. Oh, this is bad.
Right, Rani.
Wait, shit, fuck. Kate,
Yes.
Ivy, can you greater restore yourselves? And Baldwin and me.
Why?
Sure.
Okay.
I just want to make sure. We were affected by the mind flayer when we walked into the place. I understand it's
Right,
not likely, but
I'm going to cast. Is there anyone in the tavern right now that's from this city?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna cast Mass Greater Restore on us.
Alright. No one feels sick, and no one froze.
Alright, well, good.
okay, good. I'm sorry for asking you to do this, but you understand my logic, right?
Yes, understand.
Good.
Rani. There's a branch of the church there.
Right, let's go there.
Be easy.
Alright.
I think we should go there and then go to Haven. We have a double rinse check on the mind flayer now.
Get his help or advice.
Yes.
After
Yeah.
we sincerely apologize for leaving his ass in there for so long.
I freed his ass from my head. I think he. I don't know. I genuinely don't know.
Alright.
Before that, though, just because I'm feeling rude, I'd like to ask girl her name.
Why is it never an easy name? Penta.
Penta. Yep, that's pretty easy. That's for 5 times. Aziria extends a gloved hand and introduces herself as Aziria.
They take it and do a little bow. They're not quite sure how they're supposed to address people in this sort of situation.
You're gonna be fine, okay?
Funny, you guys aren't really acting like I'm gonna be fine.
Well, you're
Not
going
worried.
to be fine.
Yeah. We're mostly worried about everybody else.
Alright.
This could have spread very,
Right, we're
very far
Rani.
and didn't. Yeah. You want to come with, Penta? Or do you want to stay here?
No, we're taking Penta. We can't
Okay.
leave them here.
Alright, let's go.
Can't risk.
No, she's safe in the tavern.
Mhm.
I mean, is she coming with us to the church, or she's gonna stay in the tavern until we're back?
She can stay in the tavern.
Is she okay with that, James?
She doesn't have an issue.
Right, because yeah, but it's possible for victims of this sort of thing to not want to be alone in that case. Right, let's go.
Alright. So, is everyone heading out?
I guess.
Baldrin,
Yeah, we'll follow.
I'm gonna ask the doctor to wait for us if he's okay with that.
Sure.
Thanks.
I don't know, why don't you want the doctor to come?
Does he usually come with us?
No.
Yeah, and I'd like there to be someone capable of protecting the girl.
Okay, fine.
Right, let's go.
Alright. You head out into the street.
I'm just gonna go to the church. Start there.
Yep.
You arrive in the church.
How many clerics are there?
7 or 8.
Just gonna gather them all up and cast Mass Greater Restoration on them.
Alright. One of them puked. The others don't seem to.
Is there a tadpole?
There is.
Fuck. That's unfortunate.
The others not showing symptoms that they were controlled, or showing symptoms that they were controlled.
They are not showing symptoms.
So they're not fuzzy, etc.
The one who puked, was
No.
it a woman?
Male.
Male.
You go to Zarni recently?
Year or two ago?
Yep.
It might be all over the country at this point.
We have to check on Ronnie, Sylphie, and Suncrust. Those areas are pretty isolated.
I mean, this could be a whole nother, you know, what? Everybody has to go to a church and get greater restored, but, then
The
it's gonna
issue
be obvious.
is, the
Oh my
issue
god, they have
is,
COVID-19. They have COVID-19 in Celestia.
the last time it happened, the clerics, we actually had clerics who can cast spells. Now we
Yep.
don't.
Yep. I can learn Greater Restoration, but
We might have to escalate if it's
How?
since it's spreading.
Quarantine!
oh my god, they have COVID-19 in Celestia.
I mean, it's the same thing as the cursed handshakes. It's just like
Not
again,
quite.
if we if we do anything about it, then it's not like it's gonna be secret.
Well, that's the issue. How? Uh,
I was not expecting your group to be the one to find out about this.
Group 5? Sorry, Group 8? The children?
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured. When Quinn was offered the thingy.
Oh no, that's completely separate.
No, I figured there was gonna be something.
Mind flare pops up. Surprise, motherfucker.
Yep.
So we can so because only the one who was to Zarni is infected. I don't suspect that the city is like actually infected. It's just some people here are, which is probably across the whole country. People who've been to Zarni could be infected.
Yeah.
Because if the city was infected, then everybody would be infected.
Yeah, but we can assume that most people in Zani are.
Yes.
So it's still not.
But it's better about here. So shall we go back and brief the doctor that, like, in the church only 1 out of 8 was infected, and they've been to Zani recently?
Could you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Do you think we could ask some commoner to help with us again?
Sorry, what do you mean?
I'm just trying to make sure that we're not having too small a sample size. So if we try something outside the church, even if it's just one person, it's still a bit more information.
Well, if we're going to do it outside, I'd do a group again, because for me it's
Okay,
it's almost the same. But
if you don't mind.
we need a group. I'm
How
gonna
the
ask
fuck
the
do we get
clerics if they have an idea where I can get like a group of 7 to 8 people who would be chill with getting a spell cast on them.
If you wait here, 7 or 8 people will come through in the next 3 or 4 hours.
All right, and would they be happy to wait until we get a little group? You know,
The clerics are happy to wait.
the people who are gonna be coming around.
The clerics can stall them.
All right, let's do that.
Right, that's okay.
Alright. The clerics start stalling them.
Do we get
7 or 8
look
people?
8 people?
When they
Yes.
look like they need help, I go up and I go on like 16,000 tangents.
Alright.
I'm helping.
Mage hand pass you in the head.
Yeah, and yeah, 7 people I can cast spell on.
Yep. Takes about 2 hours, but you get 7 people.
Alright.
Right. Any
2
other
hours and a
puke?
dozen ivy ran.
I'm helping.
Any of these puke, James?
One.
Has he been to Zani recently?
He was there 8, 9 years ago.
Right, well, he still was there. And the rest have
And
never
the
been to
others
Zani?
was not? Yeah, that's a
Oh,
great question.
2 of them have been, but that was 3 or 4 years ago.
Okay, so not even everybody who's been to Zani is infected. But some
Yeah,
are.
but no one who hasn't.
No one who hasn't is infected, yeah.
Alright.
It's a better sample size.
Yep, thank you.
Let's go inform.
Penta and the doctor.
I wave to all my new friends. Bye.
Alright. You meet the doctor.
We tell
The
him what's
tab-
up.
The tavern looks more like a cafe at the moment.
All right.
Ooh, does he have cafe stuff? Sorry, that's not time.
Yes. How did it go?
2 out of 14 people both have been to Zani before.
I see. Not liking those numbers.
Yep. You
What
apply
do
them
you mean?
at a large enough scale.
Well, yes, of course.
Well, why just some?
They
What do you
haven't
mean?
yet spread to everyone.
Was there anything in common with the people who like had been there who were infected? Were they like young? Were like anything in common?
There didn't seem to be.
And were they all short?
A little, yeah. Not greatly.
Well,
That's a problem. That's a problem. Because the guy that we just healed had supposedly was infected on 9 years ago, right? Was it 9 years? So he should be pretty. Then again, was he an adult or was it a teenager? It
He was an
depends on
adult.
how early in the formation. Yeah, never mind. It's okay.
shall we repeat the same in the other city? Wolfie, just to check if it's the same situation.
Yes. Let's remember to go check Haven after.
Okay, sure.
Alright.
Same song and dance in
Yep.
the next city.
How'd you like to get your hands on the people in this one?
No church here?
No. There's actually no churches in this town.
How do they get their healthcare?
It used to be druid.
How do they get their healthcare now?
They don't really have any form of healthcare.
Do they have like some hospice or something, or what do the sick people do?
So they tend to
Die?
get people sailing in and sailing out.
So,
A lot of their sick people just end up going to Rani
hear me
because
out.
it's so close.
I know how we can gather some people up.
Go on.
Just shout free healthcare and see what happens.
Free healing for 7 lucky individuals.
Free health checks. Free health checks. I am a certified cleric.
That's not sketchy at all.
Also, I'm a fairy, and who doesn't want to talk to a fairy?
Baldwin raises his hand.
You shut the hell up.
Azira raises her hand.
That hurts.
Azira
And I
casts
go,
mage hand and lifts shade hand up.
well, that sucks for you guys. 'Cause you don't get
Azira
to
casts
fucking
mage
opt
hand and
out.
raises Ivy's hand up.
You are correct. I do not want to talk to myself. I don't want to live in my own head. But here we are.
It's too crowded.
It's not too crowded. There's just not a whole lot going up there, and it gets lonely.
Oh, don't worry, I can
It's
get a.
crowded enough.
Listen. If you have the space to spare, I do know a few voices that are looking for a place to rent.
I feel like I am all for bad decisions, but that sounds like even one that I recognize. Okay, so no.
So, are you guys just going to collect people as they come into the cafe?
Sure.
Alright.
Give them all a checkup.
I'm gonna go talk to Penta again.
The doctor's just going to put a greater restoration potion in each of their drinks.
Okay. Any of them throw up?
Fewer people.
And they've all been to Zani?
Yes.
Right, so I think that's enough data. People who go to Zani end up sick. Some of them. But they're not infecting people. There's no infection source outside of Zani yet.
Alright.